Clock, so let's and we have the full
Tony,
full
rolling
committee.
in.
So welcome to day 2 of the Deschutes County Budget Committee fiscal year 24-25, Tuesday, May 21st, 2024. We will reconvene the Deschutes County budget meeting. I don't believe that we have any agenda changes for today, correct? All right. As usual in a public meeting, we will open this up for public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any public comment online? All right, hearing none, we will move to our first agenda item of the day, and that is facilities and the facilities improvement plan. Lee Randall is staged nicely up there with his team, so I'll let you introduce yourselves and get started.
All right.
Good.
Thank you. Good morning, Lee Randall, Facilities Director, and I have Jessica and Eric here with me, and I'll let them introduce themselves.
Jessica Campbell, the management analyst for the facilities department.
And Eric Nielsen, capital improvement manager with facilities.
So we're excited to be here for fiscal year 25, and we will begin with our first slide. And I think I forgot to ask how to switch slides.
Give a keyboard up.
Keyboard up and down, left and
All
right.
right. Thank you. So we have about 16 slides. We'll talk about operations and Fund 620. Then we'll talk about our two major funds for capital maintenance and capital improvement. And then we'll have plenty of time for questions and discussion. Just an overview of the department. We're currently at 26.75 FTE. And here is a org chart that shows our how our team is divided up. On the operations side, we have a custodial team and a maintenance specialist team. And that makes up our operations, and then capital improvement. And then we have our admin support team. And those are the 4 groups right there. We work on buildings in 4 cities across the county, approximately 40, about 500,000 square feet of office space. We've increased by about 10 or 11% since 2019, and we expect that to increase again through 2026, with the courthouse expansion being a big part of that. So some of the accomplishments from this past year, HVAC replacement project at the Juvenile Community Justice building, and we've initiated some other projects at the Road Department Administration Building and Recovery Center. At the Road Department, we're currently underway. That project's going well. We're about halfway through with replacing a system from the late 70s. So it'll be much more efficient and hopefully perform well. We fully expect it will perform better as well. And then we're currently finishing design for a replacement project at the Recovery Center. We completed roofing projects at the Redmond Services Building, which is Community Justice, also known as the Younger Building. And we're currently wrapping up the Mike Meyer Services Building. Every year we try and pick some xeriscape projects to convert from grass to native plants and rockscape typically. And we did complete a project here this year on the downtown campus. And then commissioning of buildings and completion of the staff moves at the North County campuses building.
So some accomplishments for capital improvements this last year. Of course, we have the courthouse expansion that completed design and went into permitting. And we're currently kind of in the beginning stages of site development and working through procurement of long lead items for electrical and mechanical equipment and doors and hardware. Pence Contractors is also underway. They're building the temporary entrance and egress in the existing building just to prepare for the expansion. We've completed several remodel projects. So we remodeled the Juvenile Community Justice Building to provide additional meeting space, provided additional office space for new staff at the Solid Waste Administration Building, some light remodels at the Antler Building before health services staff moved into it, and then a full TI at the Wyatt Court leased building for health services. And finally, a remodel at the Sheriff's Office Work Center to provide new wellness space for Deschutes County Sheriff's Office staff. We also closed out 2 projects, the North County campus and parole and probation. The North County campus was a full remodel of 2 buildings purchased by the county for health services staff, as well as veterans services and 911. And finally, the parole and probation expansion and remodel was completed as well in June of 2023. We also are working on development of planning applications and construction documents for our Bend downtown campus parking project. And that's for one of those projects is 1300 Wall, which is the area around Worrell Park and in front of this building, and also over at 221 Lafayette. And finally, we completed the 2024 Public Safety Campus Plan.
Eric, are we still waiting on the city of Bend for the permits for the courthouse? Has anything come in since we had our facilities meeting?
We have several permits. We're still working through the infrastructure permit with engineering. The design teams is going back and forth with them, and we're figuring out ways that we can break out portions of that scope so that Pence can move ahead. Things like site fencing and other things in the right of way. And we've also broken out the demolition permit from the building permit. But so to answer your question, we're still working through infrastructure and the building permit, but we are making forward progress on those.
Okay, I left them a really nice message.
Okay.
Jerry Milstead had asked me to.
Yeah.
Yes. Please don't hold, it's time is money.
Oh yeah, we're on the city. We're talking with them regularly every week, and so is the design team. So
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But just an overview of our budget details. The majority of our resources come from internal service charges. And then we also receive resources from tenants, including OSP and the Oregon Department of Health and Human Services, which occupies a portion of this building. And in terms of our requirements for, looks like I missed an update there, but for requirements for this year, increased custodial contracting costs due to added square footage. So that includes North County services. And then in anticipation, we're still a year and a half out, but of course, we'll be adding square footage for the courthouse expansion when that's complete as well. And then escalation in contracting and material costs and increased personnel costs. So related to some of the short-term fiscal challenges and managing demands for service and maintenance at the expanded facilities in Redmond. Our teams are based here in Bend. That includes some increased travel time. We do have some team members that are based in Redmond, and when we can, they're able to report directly to those buildings if we have multiple day maintenance projects. And so that's one of the ways that we're working to decrease that travel time. But that is a challenge as we expand in areas outside of Bend, like South County and Sisters and Redmond. Those travel times are something that we try and manage and be efficient with. Continued increases to custodial contracting costs. We expect that inflationary pressure to remain and to continue to be a challenge. This year, actually, you'll notice our custodial line item didn't increase significantly. And so this is kind of a flat year for us, fortunately, but we expect that as those contracts come up again, that we'll be facing that challenge as we renegotiate. We currently contract out about half of our square footage, and then the rest is done by our internal team of 7 custodians.
Is it a single contract, or do you have multiple contracts based on site?
Yep, we have multiple contracts. We try and group them by region. And so we group the La Pine contracts, Redmond contracts, and downtown campus, but there are multiple contracts. And that's with a QRF, which is now Oregon Forward, but it's through a state system. And so we contract with Pathway Enterprises, and 70% of their staff are qualifying staff, either with some kind of disability or other challenge. And so that has worked out very well. Not only is it provide opportunity for folks in our community, but they do a great job. And so we've been really happy with that program. Looking at the long term, conceptual budget estimates for capital projects is always a challenge. And our goal is to provide accurate information for decision makers within a clear set of expectations. So typically we're working through conceptual, then schematic, then design documents, and then construction documents and providing estimates at each of those steps. Part of the expectations that we want to set, especially early on when we're working with concepts, or even sometimes before we have a full concept, when we're trying to provide information for the budget committee and the board to make decisions out 5 years or 10 years in regard to potential space moves or space needs. It's important for us to set those expectations. And so at the conceptual stage, typically that project can change significantly as we finalize programming and other details. And so often those estimates are plus or minus 50%. And so we try to provide ranges of numbers. We try to provide those qualifying factors based on the information that we have at the time. And then as we move through that design process, we're able to get more detailed estimates, more specific estimates, and tighten up those variables as the project progresses. And then related to maintenance, increasing allocations to cover those capital asset replacement costs. Our goal is predictive maintenance and predictive replacement while utilizing the maximum lifespan of that equipment. So if we're looking at an HVAC project, the recovery center is a good example. That's a project we've looked at for some time. We're in the design stage. We're ready to move forward with that. But looking at those projects as early as possible so that we can begin that design stage, which often takes 9 to 12 months, and then the permitting so that we can line up that project development process with the expected decline of that asset. If we wait until failure, then we're playing catch up. We're losing efficiency as we plan for the project. We're losing efficiency as we execute it. And so one of our goals is to be predictive as we look at those equipment replacements.
And this is just my ignorance. How do you decide where you're going to fund the improvements? 70 versus 463.
So the main dividing line that we use is 070 would be capital maintenance replacement. So it's an existing building, existing roof, HVAC, et cetera. 463 would be a major remodel or a project that in some ways is discretionary, where the budget committee and the board have reached a decision about how to move forward. So projects that have been funded through 463, the best example is the courthouse expansion, but there's some other projects that you may be able to touch on.
Yeah, I think North County campus was another 463 project. Like you said, any other remodels outside of equipment replacement.
And the downtown parking project is also funded through 463. Examples of projects that we would be planning this year for 070 we'll actually touch on here in a minute.
So when you're doing, obviously the campus, the 463 is really a big project and the funding coming in. So 70 is probably a more reliable or predictable piece, right? So you can do a 5-year look ahead and said, okay, I probably got HVAC in areas that needs to get done. And so that's how you're allocating the dollars for that.
Yeah. And that's part of that process of moving toward being as predictive as we can be. And so looking at that 5-year plan and trying to level out those ups and downs. An example of an unexpected up would be the community development building repairs. That's something that would have been very difficult to predict or anticipate. But we want to manage Fund 070 in such a way as that those unknowns that we can't quite get to, we're prepared for them to the extent possible. But we're searching out all of the unknowns that we can kind of do a deep dive on and be aware of.
That's super helpful. Thank you. So just to clarify then, is CDD coming out of 463? Is that right? Or it
Out of Fund 070.
Oh, it is 070
Yep.
because generally I was tracking, and I should know this better than I do, but because you were mentioning existing buildings and maintenance, et cetera. So, okay. So that did come out of 070. otherwise generally come out of 463? I was trying to track the differences there.
You know, I would typically, in my mind, it would be Fund 070 general county projects. So those large capital maintenance projects, even though the CDD project is going to end up being in the $550,000 range, that's typical of a large roof replacement or a major building envelope upgrade. We've had at least one HVAC equipment replacement project that was over $1 million. Currently, so there are some larger funded projects that would end up coming out of 070. And I'll touch on in a minute. I'll touch on the reserve line that we've been working to create within 070 as we look at some of those projects that are a little further out. Flipped past my notes a little too quickly.
Lee, is the CDD project, is that coming out of this year's budget or is it into next year?
It's a multi-year, and so there's a portion that we're hoping to fund from this year's project. We may not get there by time that contract is executed. So the majority will be next year's. But we had budgeted in this year for that project, but the design phase and contracting took longer than we'd planned.
And the test, right? Didn't you do a test on one of the corners?
Yep, we'd done a full replacement of one corner to really investigate what the issue was. So as we look at challenges, expanding the department's capacity to respond to increased work order load and countywide growth, that has led to the special request that we'll discuss in a minute for an operations specialist. Maintaining our service delivery levels as the county grows. We have more requests for moves, for reconfigurations of furniture. And as those number of moves increase, our team gets creative. We've just completed it, in reality, an unprecedented series of moves for the North County campus and other health services buildings. And the way our team, specifically Jessica, were able to execute that planning process was one, planning, working through our established processes and being creative about how we use a combination of our internal staff for parts of the moves and then contracting out some of that work while providing clear direction. So moves are a challenge. They can very easily spiral out of control. So it really takes the buy-in from the management of the group that you're moving and letting them know that there's a process that can work very efficiently. And Jessica does a great job of organizing those moves. But I would venture to say we've probably moved close to 100 people and setups, and I may be low. Do you have a rough guesstimate?
There was 80 that just went into Wyatt.
Okay, so and that's just over the last 6 months, a move of 150 people, and that is unprecedented. We have not faced that level of work, and the team stepped up, especially with Jessica organizing it, and we're able to execute those. When it comes to initiatives, facility condition assessments are a tool to get to that predictive place that we're trying to get to, as well as ongoing technical training for our HVAC team. Having those resources in-house improves our response times, helps us deal with things like wildfire season and smoke. During elections, for example, our team's prepared to make adjustments as needed to make sure that the built environment isn't an additional stressor during these important times. And so we're able to monitor HVAC systems and know that it's performing the way it should, whether it's after hours or weekends, depending on what activities are going on around the county. And then continuing to focus on safety and resiliency through our seismic reviews. That's kind of an ongoing process that I don't know that I can imagine we'll ever complete. There are always improvements we can make. Right now, over the past 5 years, we've focused on seismic shutoff valves for gas supplies, inspecting and upgrading seismic restraints on fire sprinkler systems, and then looking at structural improvements. With older buildings, our goal is to make sure that in the event of a seismic event, everyone's safe and they can leave the building safely. With newer buildings, our goal is to have that building be able to come back online as quickly as possible. So that's part of that program that we've been working on for several years and we'll continue to work on. The gray courthouse is one of our focuses for this year. And again, these buildings meet code. They're safe, but we want to make sure that we improve that to the degree possible. So that brings us to our special requests, and this will kind of close out our Fund 620 section. And then we have a few slides talking about Fund 463 and Fund 070, and we'll wrap up with those two funds. So our first special request is an all-wheel drive van. One of the opportunities that we have in the facilities department is to be able to use equipment across multiple shifts. And so that's specifically for this vehicle. It would be used for daily mail deliveries on the night during the day shift. For night shift, it'd be used for custodial supply deliveries, and it also would be a regular custodial supply van. And so it would be used every night, not only to deliver supplies, but for staff to get to whatever buildings they're cleaning. One thing we focused on with our night crew is safety. And so when they're loading equipment in the snow at night in and out of the pickup bed of a truck, that's where some of our injuries have come in terms of workers' comp claims. We want to keep them safe. We want to have the most efficient equipment for them possible. So when we look at a van, it's something that can improve safety for the night crew, and then we can also utilize it in multiple ways. We do weekly archive pickup and delivery. Oftentimes we're trying to figure out ways to either do smaller deliveries in an SUV or keep those documents safe in a pickup truck, and that's not ideal. So a van will be a big improvement for that work. And then for small furniture moves and deliveries on a less regular basis for the day crew. Our second special request is operations specialist, systems and technology. So as our building systems become more complicated, we've identified that having a position that's focused on those systems would help us respond more quickly and help us be prepared for things like new building setups. And so North County campus is a good example. As we move new people in from multiple departments, we're teaming up with IT and setting those permission levels for doors, for the key box, programming that key box. And that was a big challenge this year. In addition, if you can imagine, when we're moving 150 people, we're also dealing with all of the doors that those folks go in and out of and key boxes, so they have access to the building. So this position would be able to focus not only on access control, but be a office administrative person focused on HVAC direct digital controls. When our team is troubleshooting a system, oftentimes there'll be one person in the office, one person out in the field. Having that backup person in the office who is familiar with those systems allows us to put more highly skilled, trained folks in the field when we're doing troubleshooting. This would consolidate access control duties in one position in the facilities department. Currently, that's shared with IT. And that's something that we could bring in-house and kind of centralize. And then finally, it adds capacity related to HVAC controls for those daily and seasonal comfort level adjustments. So as you can imagine, not every day that someone comes into work is the air temperature exactly what they would prefer. And so there are times when we need to make comfort level adjustments.
Do you think?
I promise I was not.
I did.
I know. It's like, thank you, Lee.
You're welcome.
I know. Yeah, layers.
And it's important, one thing I tell departments is that please send us those comfort level adjustments, because oftentimes they can be related to a mechanical issue. And so we want to be careful to not tell people, hey, if it's only 5 degrees, don't contact us. Sometimes that 5 degrees is an indicator of a larger problem. And so we want to hear about that, but there are more efficient ways to deal with those. And by having someone who can kind of take a cursory look and then pass that information on to our techs in the field that can kind of dive into the details. So
are those special requests in the budget or? Yeah, so it's good to understand that as we go through them. So those are already in there in the proposed budget.
Yep. So those are our two special requests for this year, and that kind of wraps up our Fund 620 discussion, operations and maintenance, and I'll just pause there for any questions.
I just have a couple clarifying questions. So, or again, just knowledge base. So you say access card system, do you have a common one across the county, or do you have a variety of them that somebody needs to manage?
We have one common system. But if we were to show you a screenshot, it's very complicated. And so as you can all imagine, there are a variety of access levels, a variety of buildings, there are special circumstances. We also partner with some other agencies. And so that coordination is a pretty significant endeavor.
So that obviously ends up being part of like when you're renting a building or when you're refitting a building, that's probably a major component is wiring in the common system and then getting it to talk to everybody else.
Yeah, it is. And Eric's been through that challenge on a few buildings just in the last year. And often you might speak to kind of the interplay between facilities, IT, the general contractor, and then also the security contractor.
Yeah, so there's a lot of pieces that come together at the end. I guess, during design, it's understanding what the system is that you need, but then getting that wired up and installed right towards the end of the project is where you end up having to program all of it. And currently it's a lot of coordination because IT does most of the programming for those access levels. And so I kind of need to, along with Jessica does a big part of it, but we play that intermediary between what's installed in the field, what information we're getting to IT so that they can program it. And so there's kind of a circle of communication at the end of every project that it takes to get this to come together. So I think if we could get somebody in-house that's more involved in the projects, it would be a big help.
Mm-hmm. And then, and they're strictly maintenance. So if you're actually designing a system like it, when you're running the low voltage for a courthouse, that's going to be something that you'll actually architect in. Or when you're retrofitting, again, that would be something you'd architect in, and then the person would do the maintenance.
Yeah, I think they'd be involved, whether it's new construction or renovation, or if we're upgrading or maintaining an existing card reader in our facilities or key box. Yeah.
Part of the interface challenge is kind of communicating the functionality from the end user and the department. They know who they want to go, how a door should behave in order to provide their to meet their operational needs. We're the ones that have to kind of decipher that and interpret that for the design team and the contractor. And so we're often the go-between, but then there are technical issues. So then IT steps in and the contractor. So our goal would be to have one position that was communicating with all of those groups and had a full understanding of the system to be able to kind of translate for everyone. Any thoughts on that to share, Jessica?
Not only is it the card readers, but it's also like door releases or panic buttons. All of it is tied into there. And the facility staff, since we do the remodels, we tend to have a better understanding of how the building's going to work than IT does. So instead of having to communicate with the occupants and then IT and try not to have anything missed in the communication, it would be a lot more efficient if we could do it in-house. And we also have an electrician in-house, so when it comes time to repairing them, if we can troubleshoot in the office while we have an electrician on site, it just simplifies things for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And this was an interesting kind of position to get to. We spent a lot of time on the phone with Clackamas County and with a few other groups in our AOC group talking about how various counties address this and whether this lives in IT or does it live in facilities. And what we came across is typically it lives in facilities, but they have a specialist who can do that work. A lot of times in other counties, it's a licensed electrician who understands the low voltage, but also understands the computer programming system. And so we're very excited about the possibility of adding this position, but we're also concerned about whether that unique individual is out there when we go to do a recruitment. So we can imagine this may need to be tweaked in order to create the right kind of recruitment, to bring on the right kind of person to fulfill that role. But we would address that going forward if the position were to be approved.
Yeah, your first mission is to find the unicorn. The second one is to actually figure out how to keep him or her
Right.
long term.
Yeah. And so, but I think the first start is to kind of bring it to this group and make the case for it and see if you share our concerns and if you're willing to support that.
And then just briefly on the van, it looked like it was 53K for the van and then 7K on the upfit.
Yep.
That's a pretty judicious use of funds. It's a good budget for what it is, what you're asking.
Yeah, thank you. And we think the nice thing about this van is upfitting, $7,000 for upfitting is hopefully generous. A typical pickup truck can be in the $15,000 range. But the way this will be set up, there'll be a limited amount of upfitting. So we're hopeful that it would be cost effective. Any other, oh, sure.
Sort of a high level question. So like historically, we have gone through facilities planning with the departments, built these master plans, designs for new buildings or, major overhauls of buildings. We were talking yesterday about how the availability of finance and capital to do the work is really becoming constrained as we look forward. Capital reserve is going to be very tight. The TRT is, the excess TRT is already allocated to the courthouse expansion project. I just wanted to ask about that planning process with departments. And I think what I want to ask is, would it be useful to do a financial feasibility earlier in the process with departments so that so that people don't spend a whole lot of time thinking about getting invested in these exciting plans for what they want to do if we don't really have a way to pay for it.
Right. Yeah.
And this is a question for finance as well as facilities. How much of that do we do right now? Like a financial feasibility early on, and would it be helpful to do that?
Mm-hmm. I think of it kind of as two parallel paths that are both critical. And so on the financial feasibility side, I think it's clear as we start the planning process to probably do in a more robust way than we've done in the past, to set clear expectations with staff that we're going to be participating in a project planning process, a space planning process, to understand what our needs are, what our limitations are space-wise over the next typically 5, 10, and 20 years, and then bring that information to the board. At the same time, there's a parallel path that needs to happen that first sets expectations financially, that establishes that the needs that we identify may not result directly in a high cost solution. They may result in finding more creative ways to use the space that we have, or more cost-effective ways to reconfigure the space that we have. So I think that's an expectation that can be set at the beginning of the planning process without short-circuiting that planning process. On the space planning side and facilities planning side, what I try to advocate for is doing that planning so that we have a picture of what the future could look like. That helps us establish and be creative about, establish what those goals might be, but also be creative about what we have, so that when we look at the financial feasibility side, that can, we're not spending a lot of time on pie in the sky solutions that don't fit our financial situation. And so I think that's a conversation that we can have early on with the finance department. The next planning process that you'll see here in a moment that we are requesting funding in Fund 463 for this year is related to the downtown campus, the departments that are on the campus, and then what could potentially be a somewhat wider net for other departments that may be affected in kind of a tangential way. So as we move forward with that late this summer, early fall, this may be an opportunity to take a slightly different tack, engage with finance early on and begin talking about what those, what the constrictions are and what the opportunities are. On the public safety campus plan, it's a conversation that we've had along the way from the start, knowing that we'll have to come up with a solution for how to pay for it. Given the challenges on the public safety campus and the long-term lack of room to grow, I still felt it was important that we create a plan in order to create, there's been a lot of talk this week about guardrails, and in the planning process, I think it's important that we set those guardrails as well when it comes to the limited amount of space we have for the future. And is that kind of the direction you were looking to go?
Some of what I want to hear. And Finance, do you have any thoughts on kind of integrating what are your options to pay for this? And are they realistic?
Yeah, that's a good question, and it's a vital part of facilities funding. And Dan, I'll start, and you can chime in as well. I think they'll get to in their presentation, specifically when we're talking about, obviously there's the large capital projects, Fund 463, and there's also repairs and maintenance, Fund 070. It's the same process, essentially, the interactions between facilities and finance on those discussions. For example, what you'll see is Fund 070 that gets the majority of their funding from the 3 cent tax of our property taxes. 3 cents of it goes to Fund 070 for repairs and maintenance. However, the costs are too high. We don't get enough revenue to cover all the repairs and maintenance costs, right? So it has to be supplemented by the general fund. So the excess from either general fund or TRT, this is exactly what Dan talked about yesterday. Those excesses flow into Fund 060 or 070, right? And so we need the excess from the balances from those to transfer into the Fund 070 to fund some of these repairs and maintenance. So what you'll see, I don't know if you have a slide on it coming up, but what you'll see in Fund 070 is facilities planned out their future needs over a period of years, and there wasn't enough in 070 just from the property tax to cover it. So facilities worked with finance, and we are dedicating some of the excess reserve to go into 070 so we can cover the capital projects. And that's kind of the whole part of the discussion yesterday with reserves is we don't want to fully allocate our excess reserves to other departments who have great needs as well, but it's at the expense. As we look at all departments and countywide, we need to protect or reserve those funding sources for where we also need it in the capital projects, either future capital projects or the repairs and maintenance. It's kind of, they go hand in hand. But I think you'll talk when you get to 070, you'll talk about some of that coming up, but it is the importance of the value of that as well. And we do work with them on that.
Well, it looks like in some cases when it's a specific 070 project, you're going to the department and saying, okay, you have to contribute to support this since it's your space, it's your building.
And that is a common practice. If it's another a department that has a dedicated funding source and they can pay for that, then that's the practice now that department pays for those improvements. However, the examples recently at DA's office, if we talk about clerk's office, those are general funded departments, general fund departments. And so therefore the general fund picks it up. And that's why the excess from the general fund or TRT, the discretionary funds are important to cover those costs for general fund departments.
And I would just say that I think we spoke to it well, and that we were involved in some of the conversations with the public safety campus. And as Lee said, the campus plan has a value itself outside of kind of the financial cost of it. But we did speak and say, hey, we're concerned about that we don't have the funding for full faith and credit or for the department itself to fund this at this point in time. And I think, yeah, going forward, like we said, maybe on the downtown campus plan, we can continue to work with them just from the very, very start and look at funding and things like that. But we do go through the 5-year capital plan together and a 5-year maintenance plan together and things of that nature. So we'll continue to do that.
And I think that's a good segue to the last part of our conversation today, our capital maintenance and capital improvement. And those are the two main programs: capital maintenance, existing buildings, repair and replacement of building systems, envelope components, and hardscapes. And that is Fund 070. And then on the capital improvement side, new and existing buildings, construction and remodels, facility and campus planning. Some key maintenance projects coming up this year under Fund 070 are the Recovery Center HVAC replacement that I mentioned earlier, the Gray Courthouse roof replacement, health services, exterior paint, UIC improvements. One thing that I'm happy to report on the UIC improvements is that they're nearly complete. Our first 10-year permit expires in 2026. The road department is completing some projects this year related to that permit. And we have a few remaining to complete at Fair and Expo, but one of the requirements of that permit was to come in compliance over that 10-year period with current standards for stormwater. And so we're very close to meeting it. We're going to meet that time frame. And that was a collaboration between the facilities department, the road department, the sheriff's office, and Fair and Expo. We took the lead. The facilities department was signatory to the permit, and then we worked with those entities to complete the work. And they funded that. So Fair and Expo has funded some improvements there. The sheriff's office has funded the improvements at the sheriff's office, as is the road department. The juvenile community justice elevator modernization. That's one of 2 high priority elevators currently. That's the first one that we plan to tackle this year. It's 27 years old. We have ongoing maintenance issues, and it's time to modernize it. So what that involves is essentially think of as a complete rebuild on a automobile. All new electronics, new equipment, everything new. When you step into the cab will look about the same. The controls will be upgraded to meet current accessibility requirements, but the shell and physical parts of the cab are the same. So we've completed several of those to date over the last 5 years, and that's the next one on our list.
So our key capital improvement projects for this fiscal year, first would be 2 additional projects for the downtown campus parking. The first project would be redoing the Mike Meyer Service Building and CDD parking lot, and then some accessibility and pedestrian safety improvements on the north DSB lot, providing a route out to the fleet parking. We'll also have ongoing courthouse expansion project. The FY25, we expect to spend the vast majority of the project budget. With this time next year, we think the structure should be complete. We'll be working on mechanical, electrical, plumbing systems and closing up the envelope of the building. We're also looking at the district attorney's office remodel. What spurred that project is, with the completion of the courthouse expansion, state courts moves out of the second floor of the Gray Courthouse into the new expansion. And so we're looking at moving the district attorney's office into the second floor, but also figuring out how to optimize the entire Gray Courthouse for the district attorney's office. So next year, we're just looking at design and permitting for that project. The Bend downtown campus facility planning project, where, like Lee mentioned, we're looking at the whole downtown campus, looking at the departments that work here and also the facilities that they have, and planning for the future for those departments. And finally, we have a couple health services remodel projects. First being some space reconfigurations at Wall Street Services Building. And then we're also looking at programming design at the Health Services Courtney Building to integrate Mosaic Medical into the second floor.
And health services is a good example of a department where we work with them to manage the project, but it's funded through a transfer from health services funds, not from the general county reserve from 060. And the road department HVAC replacement is another example of that. The road department is paying for that project directly, but our team helped design it, manage it, and our team also maintains it in the end. So with a variety of departments across the county that are with those projects being funded in multiple different ways, not all of those will rely on Fund 060 from excess county general fund funds. And there are the proposed numbers for both funds for FY24 to 25. And with that, we'll conclude our presentation and be available for further discussion.
In years past, we've had kind of the full binder of facility review, and I still have it upstairs. But yeah, what's the status of that? Is that something that'll come around again at one point, or are we just kind of on the road of the analysis that we have done?
I think probably both ends. So that has, with turnover in our department and some other critical projects underway, we've paused over the last 9 months to a year, continuing to add data to our facility condition index, the FCI. So we've completed quite a bit of that work. We have, I think, FCI index work on approximately 17 buildings, I believe. The next step will be for us to, one, utilize the data we already have, and then expand that to other projects. And then I think that's something that we would be look forward to bringing back maybe to a mid-year budget committee meeting or to this group to provide an update on how that process is progressing.
Yeah, so it'll come around at a point in time. Yep. Plenty of project came out of that effort already. Yep. And all that predictive maintenance work you're talking about is probably outcome of that also.
Yeah, and to go back to what Robert mentioned earlier, within Fund 070, we've created an internal reserve line item. The two major projects that we're anticipating in the next couple of years are with community justice with the exterior envelopes. And so we've been allocating part of that, a major portion of that transfer that we've been requesting each year over the last couple of years. This year it's at $650,000. We've been allocating that, a portion of that to the internal reserve so that we're prepared in 26 to 28 over the course of about 3 fiscal years to utilize those funds to complete that work.
Great.
Just a couple general questions. I'm just confirming because in 463, there's that ARPA, there's some ARPA fund transfer. And that's what we discussed last year. Those are the return funds that we decided to go into fund.
Yeah. I want to. They're not necessarily the state and local fiscal recovery fund return funds, which is that $38.4 million. They're the local assistance, the LATCF funds. That's kind of a different ARPA pot. It also came from the American Rescue Plan Act, but it's a different pot. And yes, that's the $4 million, I believe, that we decided to put there.
It was like 4.2 million.
4.6,
yeah.
Plus we did do, I think, $400,000 in the actual state and local fiscal recovery fund, ARPA interest was put into that fund as well to help fund the courthouse and pay down the debt service.
How much did you say that was, Dan?
It's $400,000 of interest.
Okay, right.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we did with it, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
Lovely.
And I just saw in here, it's because this section also covers Fund 130, and the line item said there's a $300K outlay that says special construction. I was just wondering what that was.
So that is not currently allocated to a specific project. One thing that we're prepared for is if there were any progress on park related projects at the board's direction. In the past, that was a potential use for part of Worrell Park improvements. And so that's why that number is there as a proposed allocation.
Edge bet, sort of.
Yeah.
All right, additional questions for facilities?
I just wondered, Leon, your first, regular employees, it's up 11.93%. So, and does that include that extra person that you're asking for?
Yes, it does.
Okay,
Also includes operation.
Yeah, and that, so we also have the operations manager, which is a current FTE that's not filled, that we'll be filling this year. So that 11% increase represents the special request for the operations specialist, and then what had been an increase this year and will increase next year for the operations manager.
but that was in last year's, but this year's budget too, though, wasn't it?
It was as a licensed trade supervisor. And as we looked at our organization through, as the year progressed, we worked with administration and HR to convert that to an operations manager. But that position is currently unfilled.
So how much more is that position than the prior one?
It's about, let me do the math in my head and I'll get right back.
Oh, yes, of course you can.
Our calculator.
Yeah.
Can I just ask a quick question here? The CDD has recreated over the last couple of years, particularly just coming out of the pandemic when permitting fees were particularly high and they had surplus. They created the Fund 303, the Facilities Reserve Fund, transfer from community development to future capital improvements for CDD's facilities. Well, that's the only facility they have. Is there any coordination between facilities and CDD on allocating any of these resources to those repairs? And I know they don't have enough in this fund to cover all the repairs. I just was curious about any coordination there.
So for this year, we had allocated a portion of that.
We're gonna transfer 25,000 for this fiscal year. And the contract is this month or next month it's getting executed.
Yeah. So
So we're still hoping to have that 25,000 from CDD this year go towards that project.
Okay, for fiscal 24.
Right.
Okay, because I just didn't see any for proposed transfers out for fiscal year 25.
given the challenges,
I was just curious, yeah.
yeah, given the challenges specifically that they're facing going forward in FY25, we didn't seek an additional transfer for this year toward those repairs, for FY25 toward those repairs.
Okay.
Lee, I know you were listening in on the conversation yesterday, but we started having the conversations regarding the general fund in future years, how there will be no longer excess in the general fund. And so that excess is typically where we transfer over to capital projects. We also talked about the TRT funds, how there is some excess, but there's additional requests on that, which would lower the excess. So there wouldn't be any potentially available funds to transfer to capital projects as well. Can you speak to how you see funding capital projects when if there's a case in a time when there's no longer general fund funding, or if there isn't even TRT access to be able to transfer over to capital projects? How dependent are you on those transfers and using those excess, or how do you see that going forward?
I think I'd use the same distinction that you identified earlier between capital maintenance and replacement projects on assets that the county already owns and is committed to maintaining for current operations versus paying cash or using a portion of those capital reserves toward discretionary remodels or new construction. And so on the capital maintenance and repair side, Dan and I work closely to identify through his projections a portion that could be allocated toward a regular continuing transfer, similar in the vein of what we're doing now from 060 to Fund 070, that began as a targeted transfer for building envelope projects, specifically roofs, as we caught up on those roofs from our inventory of buildings from the late 90s and early 2000s. We're getting close to being caught up. Part of those facility condition index reports, part of what's come out of that has been identifying those other major envelope projects going forward. So as we look at that transfer, that particular transfer right now is critical for us to continue those capital maintenance projects and continue to maintain the buildings that we have. As we add square footage, as I mentioned in the opening slide, we've added 11% since 2019. We expect another 10 to 15% in coming years. All of that translates into increased capital maintenance and repair costs. And so what Dan has built into his current model, if the committee and board were to choose to move forward with that, is an ongoing transfer that increases. I think currently we have it at 4%, 4.5% over time to cover those increased costs. And there's really two challenges you're facing. One is the building's aging. And then the second part is inflationary costs as those repairs go up. And so that 4% is a hedge kind of against both of those items, recognizing that we currently have the 3 cents allocation of the overall tax levy that contributes to Fund 070. And so for this year, that 3 cents, we estimate that is going to result in about 1.2 million of revenue to Fund 070. We're requesting that $650,000 transfer. On the last slide, you noticed we're at about 3.8 million in appropriation that we're seeking for this year. About 1.3 of that 3.8 is in our internal reserve line item. And so that 1.3 is what we're seeking to set aside for those out years, specifically to the community justice envelope projects, which we anticipate could be in the $3 million range. And our goal would be to spread that over about 3 years. As we come out into year 4 and 5, then we see that internal reserve line decreased. But what I would expect to go back again to the unknown unknowns, the information that we're always seeking to find, like the CDD repairs or the community justice envelope repairs. I expect that there will be things that we encounter just as the cost of doing business and maintaining a portfolio of 40 buildings that those funds would be critical for. That's the first part of it. Second part is capital projects and capital remodels that would fall under the capital improvement team side of things with Eric. And my hope and my goal is to drive that discussion with these planning projects. So first, we initiate that plan, understand what we have, understand what department needs are and where we're going. And then while we establish up front important expectations for the fiscal challenges that we face and how to fund those, make sure that we're planning so that we can be creative about the best solutions. But I think it starts on the planning side with understanding what we have, understanding what the needs are, and then making a good plan to protect both our assets and our remaining buildable space for the future, and make good decisions about how to best allocate those funds. Ultimately, then, on the capital project side, that puts us in a situation where we can come back to administration, the board, the budget committee, and present options, and then work with finance to present financing options, which, there's a variety of ones that have been talked about already. Probably the one looming the largest would be the opportunity potentially for a voter approved GO bond. That's one option that could be pursued. But I think on the facility side, our role is to know what we have, know what the needs are, and then provide a clear and concise plan for our policymakers.
I'm curious, do you do a general building reserve for some of the larger buildings? Do you do a reserve study for some of the items that are going to go in?
So on the financial side, we don't identify by building. Our facility condition index reports are by building. And so, for instance, we have an index report on this building. It's based on an ASTM standard for those types of investigations. As I mentioned, with our staffing changes and challenges, it was completed about a year ago. We haven't revisited it for planning purposes, but that's our goal, is to get more predictive and utilize those plans for that type of planning.
I mean, and reserve studies are like economists. No two will ever agree with each other.
Right.
It just but it's helpful to just have some type of methodology. So as long as the one that you have is working for you, the answer is
Yeah. And for me, planning is one of those things that I really enjoy. I want to know what we have and I want to understand the data. It's time consuming and it takes a lot of staff time, but I think the payoff is to be able to have that information to bring to this group and be able to be as predictive as we can for those long-term costs.
additional questions for facilities. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're ahead. Let's see how much we need to make up over time or lose over time. But Eric, I think you're up for the next couple. So. Next on the agenda will be risk management, and that's Fund 670, and Deputy Administrator Prop is on his way up.
Good morning. I'm Eric Kropp. I work as Deputy County Administrator, and I am the quarter-time risk manager for Deschutes County. First, I'd like to start with an overview over risk management, and this talks about how we operate risk management here at Deschutes County and really our strategic vision. I'll talk about each of these items and talk about the pictures because I selected them with an intent. The first role of risk management is to manage claims and insurance to allow other county departments to focus on service and operations. The picture there, anybody guess what that is? It's kind of hard to see. Paving chip seal, the chip seal operation.
Windshields.
Windshield, yes. With chip seal actually probably creates the most number of claims we get each year at the county. And when we get a claim based on a chip seal, and it either is a windshield claim or sometimes it's the tar that gets on the cars. When we get one of those claims, we want the road department to hand out our card and to turn over the claim to us so that they can get back to continuing their chip seal operation. As you've heard each year from Chris Doty, the county has a very aggressive chip seal program. They have a number of miles of chip seal, so we want them to get back to chip sealing as quickly as possible, and we at Risk Management will manage that claim. With chip seal, I mentioned that it's the greatest number of claims. We could very easily reduce the number of chip seal claims. It'd be very simple. We would simply have the road department close down roads for longer. But we recognize that there's a trade-off, and the chip seal claims is an acceptable risk for the county because the public does not want to be waiting for chip seal operations. They would prefer to be continuing on their travels as quickly as possible. So if we wanted to reduce claims, we would close down roads for a good half hour, make sure that the road is acceptable to drive on. But instead, we allow people to drive on those roads very quickly. And as a result, we get more chip seal claims. But that's something in risk that is an acceptable risk. And oftentimes, if it is our fault for a windshield, it's a pretty inexpensive claim. Or even if it's the tar on the cars, that's a pretty inexpensive claim. But our goal in risk is to tell departments, hand over those claims, we'll take them from here. The second strategy is to reduce risk and avoid claims. That's the best way to run risk management is not to have a claim in the first place. So the picture you see there is the county skid car. We have the skid car program for county employees. We also have it open to the public for a small charge. But with a skid car, people drive on dry pavement. The dolly there lifts up the front end of the car and creates and simulates a skid. So that when we have county employees driving in the winter on county business, they're more prepared to deal with ice and snow, and we're able to reduce the number of accidents and avoid claims. The third one, protect the county through insurance and properly managing self-insurance. All right, how about that picture? Anybody recognize that one? It's hard to see. What's that? There's a fire in that picture. The camera angle, it's from Pence Construction on the corner. And if you look closely, you can see flames. That was from this a couple months ago when the building on Irwin Avenue burned down. The county purchased that building. It used to be a small law office, and there was a fire in the middle of the night. And the role of risk management was that building is on the county's property insurance schedule. The building is a total loss. It'll be torn down very, very soon. And then the county will get reimbursed for that building through its property insurance. So in that example, risk management purchases the property insurance. And then the last area is, it should say responsibly, not responsibility, but responsibly settle claims where the county holds liability. As claims come in, we evaluate them just like an insurance company does. If we believe that we hold liability, we want to settle that claim for a fair price. If we believe that the county was not responsible, then we're going to deny the claim. At that point, the person who submits the claim has a choice. They could submit more information, or sometimes sometimes they decide to go through litigation. If we get a tort claim notice, which means somebody is reserving the right to sue the county. So if it's a tort claim notice or if the lawsuit, then legal takes the lead, and risk management stays involved in terms of funding the defense and also possibly settling the claim. But any tort claim notice or lawsuit, then legal takes the lead. So in this picture, it's a picture of an icy road. Each winter, residents crash because of snow and ice, and sometimes they submit claims to the county saying that we should have taken better care of the road. As you know, from the road department, they have an extensive ice removal and snow removal program. They do it in sequential order, and most of the time we would deny a claim based on ice and snow because that's a known hazard in this region. In risk management, we have 5 main insurance programs, and we have a mix of insurance or insured programs and also self-insurance. For unemployment, if a county employee leaves employment and they submit a claim, the claim goes to the state of Oregon. The state of Oregon Employment Department determines whether or not they're entitled to a benefit, the benefit being unemployment insurance. And if that is awarded, then risk management pays for that. And on that program, we're fully self-insured. So we just pay the bill. For the county vehicles, we have several hundred vehicles. We are fully self-insured, but we do purchase vehicle coverage for out-of-state vehicles because when a vehicle leaves the state of Oregon, it no longer falls under the Oregon Tort Claim Act limit. In Oregon, the Tort Claim Act limit has a ceiling of how much somebody can sue the county for. It's based, it increases each year based on CPI. It's roughly around $667,000 or so. But once a vehicle goes out of state, that state Tort Claim Act limit no longer applies. So as a result, we purchase insurance for out-of-state vehicles. We evaluate that each year as the Tort Claim Act ceiling gets higher and higher because we end up insuring less and less. So we may stop doing that, but it's something that we watch.
Is that, is that done on a vehicle by vehicle basis?
Yes.
And only certain vehicles that can leave the state.
Yes. and most of the vehicles that we self-insure are out of the sheriff's office, either their detectives unit or they have to go out of state to get a criminal, and they want to use the sheriff's office vehicles. Otherwise, we tell county employees to get a rental vehicle. And for rental vehicles, we use a state contract that includes the higher insurance limits. We used to tell employees if they went out of state, especially at a conference where they fly in and then rent a vehicle, we used to have them max out the insurance coverage of the rental vehicle, which is very expensive. But about 10 years ago, we, through the state contract, we have all county employees rent vehicles through Enterprise, which is a state contract and includes the higher insurance limits without that higher cost. And then property, which I spoke about earlier, we don't self-insure property because we simply would not have the funds. We could not properly self-insure property coverage because of the value of county buildings. And the insured value for county buildings and large equipment is $231 million. So for property insurance, we purchase property coverage much like a homeowner would. We have a self-insured retention, which is a deductible. For some reason in risk management, they like to call it a self-insured retention, not a deductible, but it acts as the same. We have a deductible of $25,000 for property insurance. The last three types of insurance is general liability, which is one of the larger programs. We are self-insured up to $1 million, and then we purchase what is called an excess general liability policy that are for claims over $1 million and up to $10 million. Workers' compensation, we're also self-insured, but we purchase excess workers' comp coverage for claims, and it's for over $1 million for sworn and $500,000 for non-sworn. That's when those coverages kick in. And then we also purchase cyber insurance. About 8 years ago, this was new to the market. And when I first looked at cyber insurance, I declined for several years because with a new insurance market, it's not very well defined. And then it got to the point where we needed to purchase cyber coverage. So we had a number of years where it was a great deal. And then, of course, the cost continued to go up every year. So we've had to increase our deductible, but we continue to purchase cyber coverage.
Often do you reevaluate the type of coverage that you need on cyber?
Every year. Yeah.
Every time a county in Oregon is hacked into, then we need to
I say
reevaluate.
about every week is a good industry standard, but you can't renew the policy all that often. But yeah, the what they offer and what they cover change so rapidly. It's almost good to have an expert of some type or another, usually an IT expert, consulting with you on how to best manage that practice.
Yeah, and with cyber coverage, we purchase through a group of counties and cities, so we get a better rate with group purchasing.
And then I'm curious on legal tort and on cyber. There might also be something in terms of emergency preparation. Do you have a strike team in place for if there is a cyber breach or something that do you have a strike team that?
Yes. Yeah, we have I forget what we call it, but we have an incident team that includes IT staff from different departments, administration, risk management. We also have some consultants that we're able to do, and we have had those. I remember several months ago at 8 o'clock at night, our strike team was evaluating the situation.
That's our cyber incident response team, which is bolstered by our new cybersecurity manager position that was added mid-year by the board. So we're really investing and enhancing in internal resources to help to support those efforts as well.
Yeah, that's cyber. Do you do it for other issues as well, either legal issues or emergency management issues?
Yeah, for legal issues, I mean, we have a group that can pull together on a moment's notice and review situations. We also have a team that looks at personnel issues that meets every week. It's a combination of HR, administration, legal, and then the department that's having the issue. So it's a lot of collaboration.
They actually got the cyber the first year I was here because I see the hacking in the Wall Street Journal all the time. And it was like, I know, and the insurance has only gotten, what is the word? Less effective. Like it doesn't pay out what it used to.
It costs more and covers less.
Exactly. Definitely. It's all not ideal. But Eric, I noticed in the binder, you have 3.25 FTE, and yet on the backside it's 2.25. So we're missing somebody on the back on page 170.
Okay, we'll take a look at that. It should be 3.25. And part of it was a position. We had moved a position a little bit back and forth between admin and risk because the position supports the front office. But we'll correct that.
But I know who it was, but it's not here.
The other thing I noticed in the line items is your premiums actually. didn't
Christy
go up
doesn't help
much.
me anymore.
Your self premium didn't appear to go up that much this year.
Dang.
On automotive.
Correct. The charges to departments. Yeah. I felt comfortable with our reserve level, and so I did not increase those. The automobile, that only went up because of the increased vehicles. The per vehicle charge has stayed the same. We charge departments two rates, one for a regular vehicle and then one for an emergency vehicle. So the per vehicle rate has not changed, but the number of vehicles has, and that's what has resulted in the increase in premium or charge to departments. So what's before you is pretty much a status quo budget. There are no major changes to the risk budget. In terms of our challenges, insurance premiums are increasing. I expect our property premium to increase based on the fire at the Irwin building. Also, workers' comp PTSD claims have been an ongoing challenge. Vehicle repair costs have increased significantly. Sometimes we have a county vehicle that is totaled. Those can range anywhere from $40,000 to $60,000 to $70,000, especially if it's a sheriff's office vehicle with all the specialized equipment. And the cost of workers' comp medical claims, we're seeing the inflationary costs that we're seeing for the county's medical coverage. We're seeing that on the workers' comp medical claims as well.
For property insurance, I know the residential market has been just stepping up the last few years. Some premiums doubling over a couple year period, and now people being canceled. Do you have any feel for that in this market? Is it a different market or is it the same one that residential?
For me, it always goes up, and then the justification is they just name the current natural disasters. And so what I'll hear this year is well, because of wildfire risk, because of the flooding in Houston, because of the hurricanes, the market is tightening and your premiums are going up. That's what I always hear.
Replacement. Yeah, everything's escalating. Have you seen it go faster recently? I guess that's my thought.
And well, actually, I'm sitting down with our insurance brokers at the end of the month, so I'll know more. I think ours will go up more based on experience and just the claims. Yeah. We also, on the property side, with the summer storms, equipment at the Knott landfill gets damaged from lightning. So we turn that into property insurance. So I think we'll see an increase in premium based on our experience and probably just the overall market. I do think there's a correlation on the residential side and commercial side of property insurance. Yes.
Talk a little bit about the workers' comp medical claims and the PTSD. So I guess if we are seeing a trend, a multi-year trend, it would be helpful to understand that, is this, so PTSD, workers' comp, those have been some significant expenses, both on workers' comp claims and also medical costs in the last 2 years, last 4 years.
It was what we're seeing on the workers' comp side is since the state passed the presumptive So the state legislature passed a law saying that if you're an emergency responder and you have PTSD, it's presumed to be work-related unless the employer can prove otherwise. So after that law passed, which is probably about 4 years ago, we saw a significant increase, mainly out of our sheriff's office, also out of 911. Fire agencies are seeing that as well. We don't have a fire agency, obviously, but we have seen an increase of PTS claims related to the presumption.
All 4 years since that was.
Yes. Yes.
And so we should assume that will continue.
Yes, that will continue. And part of the way we prepare for the risk fund is we have an actuarial study done each year that looks at our open claims and our reserve level. And so the result is that study comes back and says, okay, you need to have more in reserves, and we adjust accordingly. We know we've probably been seeing 5 PTSD claims per year since that law. And so that gets factored into the actuarial study and our reserve levels. So that's one way to prepare for it in risk management.
This may be getting more into the HR discussion than the risk side, but I mean, is that our escalating medical costs, you know, the decline of our health reserve. I mean, is that a significant factor? Those PTSD for those like large cost items?
They're, on one hand, the actual costs for the claim, the treatment is not high cost because the treatment is oftentimes talking to a psychologist. So in terms of a workers' comp claim, having those appointments with a psychologist is much less expensive than having a knee replacement. But sometimes you end up with the ongoing cost. So a lot of times with workers' comp, you look at a claim, and the claim might have occurred 10 years ago, and then we own the medical cost for life. So with PTSD claims, oftentimes the actual treatment itself is a low cost, but the duration is longer. But the work that the sheriff's office is doing is significant in terms of employee well-being. So all of those efforts are help with the workers' comp side of things. Also in risk management, if we see some claims, we'll often go to the department and give an incentive. And so I'll say, here's a program that could reduce risk. Risk management will kick in, $10,000 towards the effort. And so that helps incentivize departments.
Well, there's some like specific mental well-being activities that are done by various emergency services. Is that something that risk management has considered contributing to be able to support or grow that for some of the emergency services? We have. We generally do look for one-time funding because we use it as one-time funding to incentivize, but then once it becomes the standard operations, then that cost needs to stay with the department. But we have used a risk fund one time to try something. A similar way, you don't have, you've got some properties or some things that are, wildland urban type of interface. Does risk management do any considered payouts in terms of cleaning, brush clearing, ladder fuel reduction, anything like that? No. To try and reduce the wildfire insurance rates? No, that would be beyond kind of the role of risk management, especially a lot of that is private property and the risk, the risk on any properties that the county has maintained in this area. We haven't. No, we haven't. But some partnerships, we helped fund a property wanted to try to spray the parking lots with the liquid in the wintertime that helps with the snow removal. We saw a great benefit in terms of slips and falls. So we provided some one-time funding that helped property do that. We also provided the sheriff's office with some one-time funding when they relocated the shooting range
help to pay for grass so that when people kneeled down, they had their knee on grass rather than cement or concrete, because we had some knee injuries at the previous shooting range. So those are a couple of examples.
Okay. Additional questions on the risk management piece? All right, yesterday we discussed, we actually had a discussion on the cannabis advisory panel recommendations, but then Commissioner Chang had a question in terms of providing the summary conclusions on that. Is that something that you're ready to do?
Yes. Yes, what I'll pass out is on April 24th, the Cannabis Advisory Panel recommendations came to the Board of Commissioners, which they approved. So I have that staff report. Thank you.
Stretch your legs a little bit.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking. Take an opportunity to move around a little.
And he's got that early break plan.
And not a trip over here. Yeah.
So the road department put asphalt on my driveway, right by my gate. Chris Dudley called me and said, "Oh, Patty, I'm so sorry, but we can't."
So you'll see in the staff report that the tax revenue for the current fiscal year for marijuana is $182,000. And what is forecasted for next fiscal year is $185,000. Staff sent out an email to all county departments and offices asking for proposals. This staff report outlines the 4 proposals that were received. Community Justice submitted a proposal for $55,000. You'll see made up of those 3 elements. CDD requested $20,000 for code enforcement related to marijuana complaints. Health Services submitted a proposal for $60,000, and the sheriff submitted a proposal for $100,000 to partially fund the detective position that works on marijuana issues. What the Cannabis Advisory Panel recommended to the board and was approved, which is not on your sheet, but it was $5,811 to Community Justice for substance use disorder treatments for youth. Community Development was awarded the $20,000 for the code enforcement. Health Services received $60,000 to continue paid media advertising focused on supporting parents and guardians to talk to their children about cannabis and other drug use. And then the Sheriff's Office received the $100,000 for the detective position. So that was that's what was recommended by the Cannabis Advisory Panel and approved by the board in April. And I believe that's in the proposed budget. Is that correct? These amounts? Okay.
And if there's a difference from forecast to actual, how do you account for that? Or what do you do to account for that?
That would become part of the beginning net working capital for marijuana revenue, and then would be programmed the following year. That money would roll forward.
What if there's less than forecasted?
Then we would use the money that rolled forward the previous year, hopefully. We haven't reached that situation yet, luckily.
Luckily, fortunately, unfortunately, however
it would probably just be a couple $1,000s. So
they would get a haircut.
It's tough. It depends on when you pay it. If you've already paid it, you got to figure out how to claw it back in, where you just got to capital. All right. Any questions on the Cannabis Advisory Panel recommendations? Okay, we have scheduled in right now. So we are running, looks to be about 20 minutes ahead of schedule. We have a recess scheduled in right now with Veteran Services coming in at 10:55. I don't know if there's a chance to accelerate the schedule. I mean, we probably take a break right now anyway, but I don't know if there's an opportunity to accelerate the schedule, especially looks like Community Justice and Justice Court are coming in, and they're both off campus right now, if I remember, except I see them in the back now. Hi. So why don't we take a 20-minute or a 10-minute recess? What do we have built in? Let's take 10 minutes, see if we can get Veteran Services to come down a little early, and then get Community Justice started early. I'm trying to give us a bigger lunch. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Who could have thought?
All right.
My neighbor's sauce.
I believe we are, so we are slightly ahead of schedule, and we've had a couple of people get their steps in to come over and address early. So we will be moving on to the Veterans Services line item. That's Fund 001-23. And we have Sean Kirk here to give us an overview of Veteran Services.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, I'm Sean Kirk. I'm the manager for Veteran Services for the county. And just a little bit about me, because I see some faces that I don't quite recognize yet. I'm a 26-year Army veteran. Came out, I started working at the college, didn't really fit in with academia. And then I took a position as the director in Crook County, but I live here. And when there was an opportunity to transfer from Crook to Deschutes County doing the same type of work, serving veterans of the local community, I jumped on it. I've been working for the county now almost a year and a half. And with Keith McNamara's retirement, went through the gauntlet of quite a few hiring panels, and here we are today. So with that being said, we can move on to the budget. When I got here, we didn't really have one, or I couldn't find one, a vision statement or mission statement. So I put some stuff together because I've got that stronger military mindset. And I've tried to keep it in line with the county's overall goals. And basically for us, our goal and commitment to the veterans is to try and serve every veteran that needs our help, is looking for benefits, and to treat them with respect that they deserve, not just only the veteran, but the family, because families are, as far as we're concerned, they're, just as important as a veteran. They go through just as much as we do. And with serving the veterans, we don't care what branch of service or rank you maintain or held, that you're a veteran, we're here to help you. With that, we have 3 lines of effort that we use to go through our process, and a lot of that mobilize our partnerships with the community, because not every benefit people are seeking is through us, and but we're like the hub for the county. So we help them find the places they need to go for their state and local benefits, and then get them the services that they're looking for, that they're eligible to maintain. And part of doing that, we go through training all the time every year to make sure that we stay accredited and are abreast of the recent law changes and court cases that have been decided, because some of those cases give us the ability to go backwards and maybe reopen claims that have been closed. But now that there's a new precedent, we can try and get a better decision for our client. And then our 3rd line of effort is veteran engagement. And that goes back to the community as well, getting a better representation and deeper connection with the veterans. All this is to help serve those who have served our country. Within the office, there's myself as the manager, but not just a manager. I'm also working VSO. It's a combined position. We have 2 other VSOs in the office, and we've taken one position that was a VSO, downgraded it to an assistant. And within a year, that person should get accredited, and we'll transfer that position back to a VSO. So we'll be back up to 3 full VSOs. We're still maintaining the administrative support tech, which is the face of the office. Everybody sees that person first when they come in. And currently we have a temp position that has been working since probably early winter. And what they're doing is taking all of our hard files that we have, paper files, and we're upgrading those to digital copies and getting rid of the paper file room. We're also opening up for an on-call position to work Fridays and when we're in conferences, which doesn't impact our budget in the sense that we're not asking for more money or anything. We were able to do this with what we already have. An overview of our services with the benefits and compensation that we do. It's a myriad of programs. The main effort for us is turning in disability claims for veterans for an injury, event, or aggravation of something from service. With that, we also do pension claims. On the healthcare side of things, since we're not healthcare, we help with enrollments. Sometimes our older generation of veterans, they're not able to manage the system, and we help them with appointments and maybe medications, or when they get bills from the VA. We don't set them up with a primary care provider or do the actual enrollment. Vocational readiness is probably the only education program that we help with, which is a way for a veteran to go back to school, obtain new skills, and paid for by the VA. Another very important one is our survivor benefits. That's when that bad day comes and the veteran passes away and leaves the family behind. In certain situations, we're able to help those widowed spouses obtain further benefits, because one, that's a detrimental life-changing event, but just maybe we can help them get something to help them move forward and make it not as terrible as that day has become. State benefits, that we're just really an information hub for that. We don't control those, but based on a veteran's disability, we'll determine what kind of state benefits we have, and we help them with their applications for the various things that are out there through the state or ODVA. And then, of course, back to one of our line of efforts, we refer people to other areas within the community, like the Vet Center, Covo, places like that, to help with veteran services. This last year, we were still able to maintain and currently on track to continue maintaining 10 days or less for appointments. The family members and veterans we saw was a pretty good number. That's not a representation of what's in the county, because there's close to 16,000 veterans in the county, but these are the appointments that we've conducted this last year. Since I put these slides together saying that we brought in 2.2 million this year, an updated number for that is, to date, we've brought in $3.3 million to the county. Now, granted, that doesn't come to the county itself, but it's to our veterans in the county. And that is broken down with 2.6 million in retro awards. So they're back payments for benefits that we're able to get for them, and $728,000 for current brand new claims for this year.
That's fantastic.
It's a pretty good roll we've been on lately. Yeah. Some of it can be misleading, like not to give too much away on our veterans because confidentiality is important. But one claim we did an appeal, which seems like forever, 3 to 5 years. Their retro payment was $210,000. That's a life-changing payment for that person. Tax-free, non-countable income.
Sean, is
Yes.
this fiscal year or calendar year?
I go by the fiscal year. I keep it on ours. Yep. Even though DOD and everybody else runs October to September, but I'm using our fiscal year. Our resources, the main fund of money we get is from the general fund, and then we get pass-through funds from the state. That is going up a little bit this year, and that's based on, excuse me, veteran population for the county and a couple other factors. And we turn in a quarterly report to ODVA to let them know what we've done each quarter with appointments, how many claims we filed, types of forms we've done, and revenue we've brought in. And they use all that information to determine how much money they'll give us each quarter. Our requirements to use that money, the main bulk of it goes to our HR side of the house for benefits and pay. With us, we don't need a lot to maintain function, to be operational. Most of what we spend our other money on is for the things that we take to outreach events to kind of dangle and jingle in front of veterans to get them to come to our booth. So here's a water bottle or something, come and see us. We kind of nug them in, and we use a lot of the money for that. We spent, well, I guess on the next slide, we spent some money this year to get on board with IT's plan for how they want to start doing things with our technology and items like that. So we've currently purchased all new laptops this year for everybody. We haven't received them yet, but I think the payment's gone through. And then as soon as we roll into the next fiscal year, we're going to right off the bat buy all new laptops for our go bags when we go out and see veterans in the community. And that'll get us in line and sync so that moving forward every 5 or 6 years, whatever the plan ends up being, we'll be able to do it all in one shot. And once again, that won't really hinder us or anything, but we're not asking for more money to accomplish that, but we'll be able to plan for it and we're already set. The biggest challenges as things fluctuate. We can't tell how many appointments we're going to conduct in a given week. Our goal is 4 appointments a day per person. Some days we don't do that. Some weeks we don't do that. There's not that many people coming in. Other times, well, now we're all full all the time and we're starting to push that 10-day bubble. But I don't foresee us breaking it. I've been here a year and a half and we're fine maintaining it. I don't see keeping that sort of customer service a risk. The outreach, that's dependent on veterans. Either they're in locations they can't come to us and not physically able to come to us, or they might be houseless. We'll come to you. If you find us, make contact with us, we'll find a way to help you. And then just outreach events, doing more of those. We've been kind of quiet lately and we're coming up with ways to get out more in the community, be more seen, and working on ways to advertise more.
So I noticed that you reduced your advertising budget and that was just right sizing it to what you spend.
So this last year, a lot of that money, we did a contract with someone to do a few campaigns, and that was pretty expensive for this last year. We're not moving forward with them again. We're just going to do our own stuff and try and do more with the county. I didn't really have a strong baseline to start with because what was put in last year was so much larger than normal. I tried to look at some other reports to try and get a baseline, and it seemed like it varied in the past. I know that with that line number, if I was in danger of going over it, which I don't know that answer yet, I will still have enough usable money that isn't designated for the HR side that I'd be able to pull it from another line without busting my budget and having to come back with an amendment. And I honestly, I don't know what all the advertising will look like this year because I haven't done it here yet. We're looking at maybe trying to get some billboards this year. We don't know if we're gonna do a commercial or do more radio ads because the only commercial I think I've seen since I've been here was the suicide prevention one from almost 3 years ago. And that doesn't cost a lot to do, but we haven't done it. It's just been paper ads and some of the brochures for events that have been done. And I've been trying to reach out to our representative and haven't yet. So I'm getting close to the point where I'm going to try and maybe move on from that representative and just contact the company like I'm a new customer and start over from scratch. Because I like to get in to things that are reoccurring, magazines that are going to be there every year and stuff. And I know some of the places, the way they like to do it is I'm like a back page guy. I want to be on the back cover because I get the whole cover. And a lot of them, it's once you get there, you get to stay until you tell them you don't want it anymore. But it's hard to get that grab. And if I can get that, well, you get a lot for that, you know, bang for the buck without having to redo it all the time. And that doesn't cost as much as maybe all the commercials or the radios, but you're still being seen everywhere because you're not hidden and relying on somebody flipping to the right page. Because yes, Brian.
Sean, I believe you were the person that said when you have your booth at the fairgrounds, you want to be on the right side when people are walking in because they're much more likely to stop and talk to you.
When they're coming in as opposed
Right.
to ready to go home.
Yes.
Yes.
So anyway, I was very impressed because you had that figured out really fast. And I'm hoping you're going to have a booth at our fair on the right side.
I hope so too. I don't know what they're going to give us. We did do our,
Ask for that, you know, I think you might be able to have a little bit of priority.
yeah, I would appreciate it.
Yeah. So
But yeah, we noticed that last year big time people coming into the fair, they're stopping right away. They're amped up with energy, still ready to go. The dogs aren't tired yet. And then on the way out, you can't even wave them down. They're already scouting out their car in the parking lot before they get to the gate. So I think it would be a good move.
I think Jeff will hear that message.
But that's our advertising. I don't think we need any more money, and that's why it's lower, because we're not going with that firm again. And I don't know where it was in the budget, but we did the 2 audio visual deals that were quite a bit higher, and I don't know how that was itemized for last year. So those are a couple big changes. I don't think we really had anything else. I think we're at the end, even though it flipped back to me. I don't know how to get back to it.
That was it. It's just,
You were at the
thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Yep, there it is. There's the last one.
No, that's all I really have. I'm subject to your questions or concerns.
Any additional questions for Veteran Services? Thank you. Go ahead, Danny.
So Sean, I've got one for you. Nice to meet you. We haven't worked together too much yet, but congratulations in the appointment to that position.
Thank you.
We've got a Coast Guard veteran turning 103 on June 9th. So Paul Bowen. So I'll give you this piece of paper, maybe reach out to him and see how he's doing. This is an email I received from caregiver. In fact, it says his plans to live a lot longer, to be the oldest living Coast Guard veteran. So, but 103 on June 9th. So it'll be a good connection to make also.
Yeah,
that's advertising in itself if you can get out there and get the buzz going.
Yeah. I don't know. That seems like one that people could do one of the veteran stories on the news.
Well, that's why I went upstairs to print this out so I could hand it to you today.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Oh, and Sean, on Saturday, it was Armed Forces Day.
Yep.
But actually that needs more press. So maybe next year we could do a press release. I went to the market and they said, "Oh, Patty, why do we have the flags out today?" So Armed Forces Day does need more acknowledgement.
Yeah, it does. Just I don't know what all Dick puts out with it. Because
Put all the flags out downtown.
right, but as far as advertising, because like I put that information out, he gave me a flyer or a Word document with all the days that they post flags, and the days that we're working, we're going. That actually, this one, my wife volunteered. She was out there doing it, and
Was that your wife?
Shauna.
Yes.
Yeah. Little
She didn't say.
short.
Yeah,
No,
she was very shy. She said she was
Yep.
only in the Army for 4 years, but her husband was in it for 26.
Yep.
Should have known it was you.
She texted me right away. I got out of the group photo. Phew.
I took the group photo. So there.
But yeah, I mean, that's an easy one to put out. I don't know that we should necessarily put out all of the days that they're doing, but Armed Forces Day, that's everywhere. So that wouldn't be, I don't think, a big ask. Yes, Phil.
John, a little bit more background, maybe some history on the state pass-through fund payments. Is this, I mean, if it's called pass-through, does that mean it's federal in origin and then it goes through the state, or?
It's Oregon money. I don't know when they started using it, but part of the deal with it. So it's like lottery money, and they allocate so much to ODVA out of that. And then ODVA takes each county, 36 counties, looks at their veteran population, and then they break out the percentages. With that, whenever that law came in, another part of it talked about general funds. So people try and play it 2 ways. The rules for general funding are that whatever you're receiving from the county can't be changed unless it's equitable across all departments that receive general funds. The question becomes from some of the places that aren't as supportive as Deschutes is, well, which amount is that? Is that the highest amount we ever gave our VSO office, or is it the amount they were receiving when the law passed? Well, I don't think that's really a concern here. The county is highly supportive of the office. It's not that way in every county. Some places the struggle is real, and they don't get to work independently. They group them with other parts of the county, other offices, so they're not standalone like we're fortunate to do. I don't know moving forward if there's any changes, because there's some laws that they're looking at changing, making us more responsible, or not more responsible, but adding other parts to our position, such as unclaimed veteran remains. They're looking at making VSOs responsible for getting all that data, and then we become the maintainer of those remains until they can be facilitated movement to a national cemetery in the state. And then who takes over as like the guardian or ownership at that point? Does it remain with the county VSO, or does ODVA take over? So with some of those changes and things that they're finally looking at, getting rid of the pension poacher stuff, which is highly illegal. Anybody who's ever looking for benefits or claims should never pay a dime, because it's against the law. But these places go out there and they do a lot of stuff where they charge you an advising fee or an administrative fee, and they don't ever submit your claim. They make you do it, or they get you to give your passwords up to va.gov, and then they submit on your behalf. And then when you get a decision, depending on your percentage, you got to pay them. So generally, roughly, if somebody first claim and they end up 100% disabled, these companies want $12,000 to $16,000. But it's not against the law to do it that way. You just can't say, well, I'm doing their claim. Okay, you're not accredited. Now you broke the law. So they're finally looking at ways, get rid of all the loopholes for them, which now will bring in more clientele to us. Other things that are going on that are the same type of thing, but totally legal, is the Camp Lejeune stuff that's going on. Well, you can't go after the government twice. And they're not telling all these clients that are getting, reasonable amounts of money, $20,000 to $300,000, depending on their situation and life story. They think they get all that money, and they're also getting money from the VA for the same condition. Well, now you have to pay all that money back to the VA from the settlement, but you still owe your lawyer their cut. So in the end, you lost money, but they're not telling you that. And you're thinking that you're still going out and getting a benefit that you deserve, but you can't double dip the government. So with those things, we're going to get more responsibilities. We don't know if ODVA is going to change the rate of pass-through funds for that, but I don't think it's going to go down. Lottery's not going anywhere. So it just right now is dependent on veteran population. And I think we sit pretty good. People like it here.
All those changes you were just talking about, are those things that the legislature will be working on this coming year?
They've been working on the burial stuff. We're going into year 2. I don't know if the poaching side of the house will be in legislature this year or not, or they're still just trying to write it all up and figure out how to close all those loopholes, all the gaps. But stuff's coming. We're always evolving, getting more responsibility and what we can do, what we're allowed to do. Yeah.
Right. Additional questions on veterans? It's I'm reminded every time I drive into back into Deschutes County when I'm traveling that we honor veterans. So thank you for participating.
Go.
All right. The next item on the agenda is community justice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
There's a keyboard. Yeah.
I'll run it. Good.
Message received. Yes.
The floor is yours whenever you're ready.
Thank you. You guys ready? Right. Good morning. I'm Dee Holcomb with Community Justice. It's nice to see everyone on the Budget Committee. I don't know everybody, so I'll just take this opportunity to say we put together a presentation that we hope meets the big questions that you might have. We'll try to go through our information as, succinctly as possible, knowing you're carrying a lot of numbers and figures in your minds. But stop us at any point with follow-up questions, and then I'll just extend an invitation. If you'd ever like to come look at our programs, have a conversation about anything in particular, or just generally, please reach out and let me know. I am here today with my fabulous leadership team, Tanner Wark, the Deputy Director of the Adult Parole and Probation Division, Trevor Stevens, who's the business manager who works with both Adult P&P and the Juvenile Division, and Sonia Little Deer Evans, who's the Deputy Director of our Juvenile Division. Lots of facts and figures. That's what you're really interested in. I think what you'll see overall, our department has had a very dynamic year, dynamic in all the ways, challenging, exciting. We're looking at interesting budget constraints kind of all over the place. We'll talk to you a little bit about that. Lots of different staffing and employee changes and challenges that we're trying to not just adapt to, but to look ahead and meet as we go along. And then really, really leaning into partnerships with others. You'll hear kind of about that. As things get tighter, we need more friends and link arms to do what we can. So, and then maybe last but not least, we are talking facts and figures, but at the end, we're people. And everything we do is about relationships and people. And right here, I think I shared this last year, is just a little word cloud image of one of our P&P teams that did a kind of a core values exercise. And you'll see, these are the words that came up repeatedly. The bigger the word, the more repeatedly it came up. I think these fit nicely with the county's goals, every time standards, our mission, our objectives. So trying to just keep that in mind. I think Mr. Kirk's presentation ended. Did you see it with every veteran is different? Each human being on our caseloads is different. Each of our employees are different, and we really try to honor that as well. So again, really, really quickly, we'll just zip through as much as we can. We are two divisions at Community Justice. First is juvenile, as I mentioned earlier. We have juvenile probation services or field services, detention services, community service, behavioral health services. Our mission is to repair harm, reduce risk, and create opportunity. Adult parole and probation works primarily and only with adults 18 and over who are on supervision for a felony offense and some specified misdemeanor offenses. Our mission statement is to protect the public, repair harm, hold clients accountable, and facilitate pro-social thinking. Very, very similar goals you can see there.
And the geese in the photo? Can you?
Sorry. Oh, yes. Do you need to see? Look at, I love the attention to detail. Yes. So you can, I don't know if you can see the person kind of in the middle of the road a little bit. Yeah. We had two POs who were doing their home visits out in the field, and this family of geese were, like coming in, coming out, stopping traffic. So our PO got out and shepherded the geese across the street, which we thought was very fitting for a PO. Thanks for noticing that. All right. So first we're going to hit the juvenile division kind of all at once, and then we'll hit adult and probation all at once. So Sonia.
Yes, so the relationship focus extends to geese as well.
Could you speak into the microphone a little bit more? Thank you.
Yes, is that better? No.
Could you introduce yourself as well?
How's that?
Maybe that one's not working because it doesn't.
The light's on.
Oh, there you go. It's just.
Maybe I just need to speak louder.
Maybe.
Outside voice, Sonia.
A little closer.
No, outside voice. All right, so I'm going to highlight just some of the accomplishments from Juvenile Community Justice Division. So kind of the key measures that really tells about our work and whether or not we're being successful in that is looking at, restitution, community service, risk reduction, and then of course our recidivism. And the little graph is just the comparison from 2022 to 2023. So 64% of young people paid their entire restitution obligation by the time that their case was closed. And that was actually down a little bit from 2022. And then 82% of young people completed their community service obligations by the time their case was closed. That actually went up from 78% the prior year. And 84% of young people had reduced risk to reoffend by the time they closed. And that's basically their risk to reoffend criminally within 1 year. So by the time we closed our workout with them, 84% had reduction in risk. And then recidivism is the red line going across there. So a little uptick in recidivism by about 4%. Previous year was 23. This 2023 was 26.6% recidivism. So a little uptick there. And we generally usually float around anywhere between 22 to about 27, usually better than the statewide average. And then, work with our partners. So DB mentioned this, but we definitely do not do our work in the community with young people and families alone. We connect with partners. Schools are definitely one of our biggest partners. We have staff in the school all the time, meeting with youth, attending IEP meetings, just case managing together with schools. We also connect with schools around restorative justice. So a lot of our schools in Deschutes County have been looking at restorative justice and restorative practices as a way to discourage unwanted behavior. And we partner with them around that. Also with community-based organizations. There's several that do a lot of restorative work with schools, and we partner up with them as well. And then also we have community-based organizations that help us just work with clients and families in a way that ensures inclusive and welcoming spaces, whether that's in schools or in the community, in our services, in our facility. So again, we do not do the great work that we do alone. We work really close with our community partners. And then the last little section is just, kind of going with that theme about innovating. We have to use what we have and how we engage with others. So one big thing over this past couple of years has been a focus around staff wellness. So we've went through some really, hard retention, recruitment times, some turnover. And one thing that our staff has made clear is they're hungry and wanting and needing just wellness prevention and postvention, especially for stress and burnout. The work that they do is hard. There's a lot of vicarious trauma that comes with it. And so just over this past year alone, we've started working on protocols for critical incident responses, empathetic workplace, learning opportunity. And then recently, our staff have actually convened an integrated wellness group where they want to start just being part of the solution. And then also our SUD, substance abuse disorder pilot. So some of you have heard a little bit about this already along the way, but we are looking at trying to start a pilot using existing FTE in our department to meet the substance use disorder needs that our young people have. And this came out of a 2-year-long work group that our department did where they looked at the data, they assessed needs and gaps, and came up with a proposal and recommendation that essentially found our community-based resources wanting in terms of timeliness and quality. And we put forth a proposal and recommendation to start a substance abuse pilot in our department. Now, as you all know, this is the obligation of the state, and funding, has not come to youth with money that's come out, from the legislature around that, and certainly not our population where criminogenic risk and substance abuse is combined. And so we do want to look at diversifying our funding by trying to bill Medicaid for these services. So we definitely, know it's the right thing to do, and that's why we're doing it. And we also know that there's a way that we can seek reimbursement for that. So it's a little bit of a lift. We're figuring it out, but we're hoping that we're going to get there in this upcoming year.
I mean, are you bootstrapping this on your own, or do you have resources, knowledge that are getting provided to you that are getting you started?
Yeah, it's both. So, embedded in juvenile, we have a behavioral health unit. So we have 4 clinicians and master's level supervisor, and they do functional family therapy. They do assessments and they do some individual services. And we have a clinician that works in our facility. They are qualified to also do substance abuse. And so we're using those existing FTEs and figuring out how we can start a small pilot for the youth that we work with. And the supervisor of that unit is reaching out to OHA. We're looking at some other funding services, getting knowledge from Pacific Source on how do we do this and do it right and do it well. And then hopefully we'll be able to get Medicaid reimbursement for it. So.
And we will also bill for the family functional therapy that Sonia mentioned. We currently do not bill for that, so we would build that into the model to be able to bill for that and the SUD services.
That's it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Will you, over at Behavioral Health, they have a lot of experience billing Medicaid for not exactly these services, but other behavioral health services. Is some of that kind of financial structuring, billing experience like useful, transferable?
I think the experience and knowledge is, and they've been definitely helping share some of that. It doesn't sound like they're interested in taking over our billing for us, but which is understandable.
We asked.
We did ask. But they have a unit that's been really helpful to our clinical supervisor that's been just gaining knowledge, and we're not to that phase yet. First, we have to get our certificate of approval from OHA to do this. Then once we get there, we'll learn about billing and what that looks like.
So how many youth are you thinking you're going to be able to help in the pilot?
Yeah, so for the pilot, our initial goal was anywhere from 3 to 5 to just start out with, and it's just out. We'd be looking at assessment and outpatient. Obviously, intensive outpatient would be a little too much. And most of our youth, we believe that we can intervene with them in those earlier levels of treatment. And then over time, it'll be interesting, the data right now of how many youth we have that are on 2-month wait list just to get an assessment for substance abuse. And then once they get that assessment, the wait list for them to get into outpatient is another few months. So we believe we can intervene pretty early with that. Once we're out of the pilot, then maybe it could be around up to 10.
That's outstanding. So good to hear. Thank you.
It's a work in progress.
Yeah. All right. So moving on to challenges again, still sticking with juvenile. Some more pictures.
No geese this time.
No geese. No. But a garden. Lots of challenges, as I alluded to at the start, but probably the biggest one on the juvenile side is recruitment and retention, particularly for the juvenile detention unit. Things have never gone back to what they were prior to the pandemic in terms of workforce dynamics for us. And we think shift work, which is an inherent part of detention, it's a 24/7 residential facility. There is no remote work. There is very little flexibility. And as Sonia mentioned earlier, there's lots of opportunity for post-traumatic events, secondary trauma, stress, and just kind of burnout. So sometimes we get folks in there who think it's one thing and they see what it's really like, particularly with the acuity of young people who come into detention now, and they just say, we're out. So it's just an unchanging, that part is not going to change. So we got to figure out how to work with it. Cost of living, not unique to us, so I won't say anything more about it, but as a lower end of the wage scale, detention workers, this is a real issue for them. And so, one of the things that we're trying to do is effective recruitment, onboarding, training, and retention strategies. I want to thank very much some of you in the room who helped problem solve with us over the last 6 months, some creative ways to hit this problem. You'll see some of that appear in our budget proposal this year. Sonia.
Oh, did you want to talk about volatility?
Oh, sorry. Thanks. This is it's part of the dynamic nature of things. You all have heard of Measure 110. You probably heard that there was recriminalization of the possession of certain kinds of substances in certain amounts. And how will this impact juveniles? It's very unknown. Kind of always a second a second thought or third thought or fourth thought, it seems like, when we come to legislative solutions to crime issues. So we will continue to see what that means. Right now, we don't know what it's going to look like. Could go up, could go down. We could be asking staff to do different things than they were just a year ago based on law, working with our partners who may have different ideas about how to do things than we do. So it's going to be very, very interesting as we move forward. And this budgetary impact, very, very similar. As you all know, I think, juvenile work is a county obligation according to Oregon statute, but all kinds of changes happen out in the world that impact what we do here.
All right. And then future initiatives. So I kind of talked about the substance use pilot that we're looking at, and this is just the outcome that we seek: effective and timely treatment for justice-involved youth. And then working differently with young women in our system. So we've recently had some staff trained in an evidence-based curriculum. Moving on, it's the same curriculum our adult division uses, but now they have it for young women in the juvenile justice system. So we're hoping to get that up and running over this next year. And then also gender equity assessment. So we're just starting the gear up process for doing an assessment around gender of not just our services for young women in our system, but also our policies and how we just go about our work around gender equity. And then supporting staff. So a little bit of kind of the challenges that DV just talked about is really just trying to, again, be innovative and be effective in helping staff, just navigate that stress and burnout that comes from the work. And not just only impact them, definitely their health and wellness would go up, but then that directly impacts the youth and families and the community that they serve. So that's just a big continued future initiative around some of the projects we have around that. Thanks.
Just a little bit earlier, when we were talking risk management, we were talking some, addressing PTSD and or some of the other mental health challenges on the workforce. Is this? You said, Eric, you said a lot about working with the sheriff's office. Do you do the same with juvenile and juvenile justice?
Yeah, we got involved in their recruitment and retention, and are very supportive of the work they're doing with staff.
Thank you.
Hey, so coming down, how does this impact fiscally in terms of short and sort of long-term outlook? I mean, the first one I'm sure is long-term as well, but as you all are very familiar with looking at the budget, the inflationary impact is hitting everybody, and it's, the juvenile division is by no means immune from that. I think our wage increases were actually relatively within a normal range, although a little bit higher due to some of those bargaining agreements. But it's some of the other stuff around, health benefit increases, materials and services that I'm sure you're very, very familiar with. We're really seeing that and really concerned and want to look forward to how that's going to impact the juvenile division as a primarily county general fund funded division. It's really a big concern for us. We already have a very tight staffing model, and this is probably our primary area of concern. You may recall 5 to 10 years ago, we went through numerous reductions in workforce, either of actual existing folks, layoffs, or just sort of, closing out certain units in advance. On the juvenile side, we kind of have just the amount of people we need to do what we do, and it's really difficult to find areas to just fully cut. So that's going to be really interesting. At the same time, it means everybody is kind of working full steam all the time, covering here, covering there. It's really great teamwork. That's part of the plus side of our challenges, but we need to look long-term. You can't do that forever. Obviously, I kind of mentioned this, but changes that come to the general fund, instructions from you all. As we move forward in future, we're really going to be keeping a close ear and eye on to see what it is that we can do to adjust to whatever the future is going to bring for us as far as general fund. Some long-term fiscal issues may be very unique to us. We have a very, it's just funny. I don't think 25 is that old. 25 years ago is that old ago, but our building will say otherwise. We have a detention building that continues to need extremely specialized maintenance and upgrades. As it ages, so do the specialists who provide the security, the camera, the installation, the door systems. And for example, we have one provider in this entire quadrant on the West Coast, not even Pacific Northwest, on the West Coast, who is able to do some of our maintenance and security shifts, and that's going to be something that's just going to keep up. The building's not going to go away. Again, I kind of mentioned it in my short-term issue comments, but our relationship with the general fund is very, very tight as a county obligation. So we just need to be in really good conversation with y'all about the priorities that you have and how we navigate that together. And then maybe unique to us, but totally connected to the 25-year-old building, is that we have about 7 to 8 staff who are between 25 and 30 years of service with our department, which is lovely way to say that it's a great place to work. And that's going to be a big retirement expense wave over the next 3 to 5 years. We really need to understand how to manage that. How do we accrue, or how do we save revenue for that? Is that such a thing? That kind of keeps me up a little bit at night, as excited as I am for everybody to retire healthily and have a good long retirement period. We are going to help them do that with very, good extensive health benefits and that kind of thing. That's going to be a price. So we look at that quite seriously.
There's also some potential costs that are associated with knowledge retention that you're seeing people exit. And probably something else we'll need to incorporate in the next couple of years.
Yes. We're actually embarking on a really cool project I'm excited about to kind of tap the wisdom and experience of those tenured employees, see what still motivates them to be here. What is the spark? What's their gift that they still want to give in the next 3 to 5 years? And help make a recruitment video that the very wonderful public affairs, I don't know what Eric's official title is, a digital media manager. Okay. He does excellent work, and that's something we need to look at succession planning big time. All right.
So as Dee mentioned, juvenile services are a county responsibility in Oregon. So 93% of our requests comes from general fund. We do receive some grants for specific programs and services, and we continue to look for other resources that we can add for specialized programs, but many times those are very specialized in what they can be spent on. But we're continuing to expand and look for other services. So overall, you'll notice a 20% increase in the general fund request. It's like $1.3 million. Kind of looking at this increase, the majority of this is made up from, let me go to the next slide, Dee. So for one thing we did do for this fiscal year is crime prevention funds were generally their own line in the budget. Working with the budget office, we attempted to move those back into just regular general fund. So you'll see that shift. It's about $89,500 that is moved into our general fund request. And then in FY23, we had quite a large vacancy rate. So we had quite a large vacancy savings from FY23 to FY24. This resulted in a higher beginning net working capital than we had actually anticipated. So you'll see just a major decrease in our beginning net working capital for FY25. So just shows the shift in terms of the about $350,000 in terms of helping making up where we actually would have asked if we did not have that vacancy savings from the previous year. In terms of the second year of state funding, most of our state funds run on a biennial cycle. So we anticipate those to be roughly the same for this next fiscal year. And so we don't really anticipate any major changes there. In terms of our requirements, over 74% of our requirements are for personnel services, and about 18% make up materials and services. The others are contingency and our other categories, which is generally our vehicles there. Some of the items to note for our 24-25 cycle is just our ISF charges are up 24%. So this is roughly about $206,000 versus our generally we anticipate about a 6 to 7% increase there. Utilities are up 17%, so that's about $17,000. We also have a slight increase in contracted services. One of our largest contracts is for detention medical. So this is the medical services for individuals in detention. That's the majority of this fund, and that's just increasing costs there. We also have about $10,000 allocated there for a contracted medical director. So while we're looking at exploring being able to build Pacific Source and utilize those services, we have to have a medical director. So the contract for that is going to be about $10,000, and we're working through that and what that will look like in terms of how that will work. Also, as Devi and Sonia both mentioned, we've been working on some detention and recruitment strategies. One of the work group, they kind of worked together and they looked at some different ideas. So you'll notice an increase in our employee recognition fund of about $8,000. That's just some increases for some just incentives to really work at detention in terms of increasing the retention strategies for those individuals. And you'll also notice a $20,000 increase in the employee meals line. So both of these are going to be pilot programs, and we're going to be working to implement a meal program similar to what the sheriff has for those staff that are in detention. That'll cover roughly 10 meals a day. We're going to run both of those, the employee recognition and the employee meals, as pilot programs, just to kind of explore and see what they can do for our retention strategies. But those were some of the ideas that came out of that work group. And so we're going to, that's why you'll see those in the budget, because that's what we're going to try to move forward with. And then you'll also notice an transfer line to the Deschutes County Sheriff's Office. So Deschutes County is kind of unique. Juvenile Services pays for the security for the court services. And because of the increase in staffing cost for that, you'll just notice the increase there. What they did is they went and looked back at just the hours for that staff, how many hours they were allocated for that. And then they just built it in terms of that cost. So there was an increase there. Basically, previously, we probably just weren't paying as much as we should have been paying for the cost based on the cost of that employee. And also, if you have any questions about specific line items, I'm happy to look at those as well. So. On the next slide, yes.
I was just going to say, on the previous slide, I'm often approached by department heads who will say, if we don't allow any remote work whatsoever, a lot of applicants won't even apply. And my response often is, but there are some departments like community justice where that's not an option. That's just not a choice. So I just want to say, I appreciate you really thinking creatively about what you can do in your department to recruit and retain the extraordinary staff that we have. So these are definitely certainly a cost. There's no question. And we know that budgets are tight and getting tighter, but we have to do what we can, because as a core county service, we have to do something. So thank you for putting these in your budget, and it's for the discussion and consideration and potentially adoption and approval. But I just wanted to recognize what you're doing and say thank you.
And more to the point along that line, thank you for calling them out very specifically and being willing to address them head on.
No problem.
Thank you.
This next slide, this graph represents just projections in terms of a 5-year forecast. So I'm we broke ours up just a little bit, just because we're since so much of our funds come from general fund. I talked with Dan and Cam, and we kind of broke out ours in terms of all other revenue and general fund. Our all other revenue, we anticipated an increase of about a 5%, but that's on a biennial basis because those fundings are on a biennial basis. So that's where you can kind of see that increase. And then general fund, you'll see that large increase between FY24 and FY25. And then you'll see another increase of about 11% between FY25 and 26. Then that increase kind of levels down to about a 6 to 7%. And basically this is based on 100% spending model. So at the end, that's basically just our beginning net working capital based on the contingency from that previous year. And so this just provides a graphical representation of that.
And I think just to step in here for a sec, those numbers that you're seeing to balance the general or to balance the juvenile in this forecast are higher than the ones that we've forecasted in the general fund assumption. So this would be one of those funds where it looks like to balance, we may need more than 7% ongoing, especially with the retirees over the next 3 years and whatnot.
Thank you. All right, so that concludes for the moment. Of course, all questions are welcome, but that's kind of the end of our juvenile piece. So I'll pause a quick second. All right, then we will move on to adult parole information.
Good morning. I'm Deputy Director Tanner Warwick. I am responsible for the adult side. Was that me? Okay. Some positives that we'll talk about as approximately 69% of our people on supervision, high and mediums, have received a comprehensive risk needs assessment. And what that is a assessment within 60 days per OER that they get this in-depth assessment to drive what their case plan will be moving forward. So as we do that, this is what the PO and the relationship with the PO and the client will have for the anywhere from 12 months to up to a lifetime. So that's been a statewide initiative that initiated in 2020. We're pretty proud of that. We'd like to get that up to the 75 percentile as we move forward, but it's a tricky population to work with, as you can imagine. Also, we sustained a 45% reduction in prison usage after decreasing a natural impact on recidivism. So what you're seeing here is the CJC's recidivism rates. House Bill 3194 deployed, which was justice reinvestment, kicked off these dashboards that you're seeing here. So that's 2013. As you fast forward to 2020 first half cohort, you can see recidivism is dropping. There's a couple of factors associated with that, pandemic and so forth, but you can see that things are getting pretty good with when it comes to recidivism. That top blue line is the arrest rate. So if you just were arrested because you are on supervision, that's what is at 43%. And the second line there, which is, I think it's mustard color, is a conviction of any sort, which is at 43%. And then the incarceration, which is that bottom line, is at 12%. Those are individuals going to prison.
So those are all in context of people on supervision.
On supervision, correct. And at a three-year rate. You can look at a 1-year rate, which those numbers would be slightly different where they're taking that measurement.
And that's how the Oregon Criminal Justice Commission, they define recidivism that way. And that's the graphic they use to represent that. So.
But the numbers on our chart are from
2020 first cohort. So how that is done is each cohort is a 6-month, the first part of the year or the second year. So if you were to take that chart right there and you were on CJC's website and you'd scroll over those dots or that line, they'd pop up some dots with which cohort it's looking at. So if you go to that peak right above the end of the drop, that's probably 2019 cohort, second half, and then so forth. So as you scroll, those are each representation. If you can see at the bottom, the years. So looking at Deschutes County.
But it's because the recidivism definition is, did you get an arrest or a conviction or reincarcerated within 3 years? The last group you can look at is folks who are on supervision towards the end of 2021, so that full 3 years can elapse to today. So this is the most recent data because it's looking backwards 3 years.
It'll always be 3 years old, at least.
Yeah, it's an important number, obviously. I mean, in the context of prison reduction, which is something that we've all kind of become accustomed to now, I think, in the state of Oregon. But certainly, if you recall, and even still, it's really, really important that if you're reducing prison usage, that puts the burden in your local communities to safely supervise people and not have recidivism rates skyrocket and people be afraid, and public safety decrease. So it's really, really important for us that there's at worst a neutral impact on recidivism in this context. And I'm really proud that we've been able to do both of those things so far. Commissioner?
No, I mean, I was at Deer Ridge last summer in July and their numbers actually had gone up. I think a couple hundred. So, but those are coming from all over the state.
Yes. You mean in terms of just their population numbers?
Right, the population is up like at 1,000 and it had been like 775 or something before.
Yeah, certainly. During the pandemic, all the numbers starting at law enforcement contact on the street down, dropped quite a bit. And now we're beginning to see those come back up in all the different arenas.
And that 45% reduction in prison utilization is affected by two ways: who's coming in the door and who's coming out of the door, based off of House Bill 3194. So we take the who's coming out the door and some of the ones that are deferred from prison, and which are the downward departures, and we'll supervise them on a probation case. If they get revoked, they go to prison for those downward departures. Those that we're pulling out on short-term transitional leave, that's another way the prison population shrunk over the last decade, if you will. So.
Yeah, bottom line is we all collectively took on that risk at the local level. So it's really important that we monitor it and, you know, work with the state to give us what we need to keep doing that work effectively.
And how many murders does that one person being charged with? I think, isn't it at least 3 or something that was let out early? And then there was a couple other women that are all still missing too. So, I mean, I know it's a risk.
Yeah. Was that associated with the commutation? I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm, it
Yeah.
was.
Slightly different than this, but totally part of the
Right,
same
I
package.
mean,
Yeah.
It's the story that
Mhm.
you're on the news.
Yeah, absolutely. So very similar to juvenile, you know, on the adult side, more and more, we have to work together with our partners for those kind of mutually supportive ends. We have had an ongoing community conversation, which is really a community advisory board for the past 4 years or so. It's a really great group of folks. Some have lived experience in the criminal justice system, others who don't, but are just really interested in how community safety looks. And they just do a really great job of keeping us on our toes, asking us how, why, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? Is it working? And you know what? Hey, from my perspective, this thing that you did really didn't work that well. And here's the impact it had on me. Maybe you might think about doing something different. And it's just been a whole other set of eyes that help us do really better work. We've also been really strengthening our partnership with the district attorney's office in numerous ways, but one way I'll just highlight here. The Victim Services Program Manager wrote a grant for Trauma Informed Oregon to get, I think, 7 to 9 law enforcement and public safety oriented officials trained in trauma informed care organizational culture, which is interesting because that's a focus on not only are you, you know, trained in providing services in a way that understands the way trauma, you know, works with people, but also are you working in a way that understands how trauma works with your employees, secondary trauma or, you know, otherwise, and how do you make an organizational culture that is strong so that you can turn around and in turn be strong with the clients we serve and for the community. So it's been really great to work with the district attorney. These are new concepts to law enforcement. You know, they really ask you to think about yourself, the relationship you have with your experiences, and, you know, find compassion and accountability at the same time. So it's been really great partnership. And a similar thing in terms of innovations, maybe other than the district attorney's office, the behavioral health is perhaps our most important partner when you consider mutual clients. And despite that, our 2 systems have historically had a really hard time coordinating our services. And that's probably because the funding streams honestly come from different segments of state government. And it's just kind of been an interesting challenge as long as I've been in this field. So with the Board of County Commissioners support this year, we were able to achieve a really great partnership through the opioid settlement funding to have improved relationships with behavioral health. They're going to put a case manager in our building who's working exclusively with clients on supervision to help them avoid some of these major barriers that our folks tend to have when faced with the criteria and the eligibility requirements that like OHA has for Medicaid or Pacific Source and all that sort of thing. Because that funding is coming from outside of that state, you know, system, it's going to really allow us to experiment with effective ways to work with this population. Really excited to be able to report back and really, really appreciate the Board of County Commissioners' vote of confidence in giving us an opportunity to do that. Another thing, perhaps people in the room might be familiar with, we have got to innovate and get some support with our efforts to stabilize clients and increase public safety through housing. More and more community corrections is being looked to be that service provider, that referral broker for folks to get housing. They're a hard population to house with different kinds of, you know, criminal backgrounds and other kinds of, you know, destabilized, dysregulated presentations. So it's just this continuing expectation that the community has, that we have for ourselves, and finding creative ways that work in the community to do this.
Sorry, DB. Do you mind if I jump in real quick? I had a question actually going back to the opioid fund dollars. We're now keeping those in the general fund and we'll be managing them. We actually have some excess opioid general fund dollars. I'm not familiar with all the constraints on those general fund dollars yet as part of opioid, but we have some left over. Can those cover, just curious, can those cover any other positions in community justice, juvenile or adult parole and probation going forward?
Yeah, the requirements for expenditure on that are pretty broad, but the one that I think we've fallen into already is just treatment for the incarcerated population. And incarcerated population doesn't mean necessarily somebody right now in jail or detention, but who could be or who has been. So I think that's where we tend to fall. And then the other area where we would definitely be able to use more funding is a lot of emphasis on using peer mentors, peer support specialists. And part of I didn't mention it specifically in here, but another way that we're using the opioid settlement funding is to kind of have a pilot contract with a provider to do peer support with clients. So yeah, there would be opportunities there.
Okay. I'll flag that for budget to look at.
Oh, thanks. All right. Current challenges. All right.
So for some of our challenges, it is part of the division's going to be holding up open several vacancies until we get a beat on what the cost, or the state is doing an actual cost study, which is every 6 years, the state will do a cost study for each county and how much does it cost to supervise people on supervision. And so we give personnel costs, all the supervision, sanctions, and services that is provided. So we're holding FTE vacant until we see what that is going to look like. And that's what's called the capitated rate. So that's the final number that each county gets when each person that we supervise on average, if that makes sense. So and one other thing I wanted to say about that, and I'm losing it. What was I want to say about that? Oh, for us statewide, we're at 4.16% as of the last reading. And so when they do this 1 day snapshot in April of next year, that will be the percentage that Deschutes County gets. For example, like some place like Multnomah will get 18%. So we're holding open positions until we see where we're at on a funding base from the state, because the majority of our funds come from the state.
4.16 lower than.
It fluctuates between 4.1 and 4.3. So
this past we got 4.11, so that's a little bit of an increase.
Yeah. We've been as high as I think 4.39, and over a $250 million budget, that's a good chunk of change over time. So one of the other challenges that we have is volatility continues in the drivers affecting the numbers and type of individuals on community supervision. The adult division has leveled out at about 35% decrease since 2018. We're anticipating an increase going into 26 and 27. Primary cause is the recriminalization from ballot measure 110 drugs. Right now, there's a whole lot of talk going on about deflection, and if those people are deflected to treatment and they succeed, we won't see them. But if they don't, then they'll go with a misdemeanor. That will be a state-funded drug-related misdemeanor case that we will get funded by the state to supervise. They're still working out the details as far as how those cases will be supervised overall, whether it'll be a formal probation, just like all other probation cases. Most likely it's going to be slightly different. So that's going to require us to learn another set of ways to treat a subset of individuals that we supervise. So over the last 20 years or so, we've seen so many different ways of different types of people that we supervise based off of the statutory conviction that they're having. So, and then finally, challenges to stabilization, safety through housing for justice involved individuals. Devi kind of hit it. There is no stabilization funding that we get from the state, essentially. Those funds are always brought about through grants or other means or collaborative relationships that we have with other entities to find housing for our hard to find or hard to house individuals, particularly those convicted of crimes that restrict them from all sorts of kind of things, yet they're still free in the community and they're not in custody. So as we move forward, we'll continue to reach out and try to find good relationships to find good, solid housing for those individuals.
Thanks, Tanner. Maybe I'll just do a quick shout out. So you see that photo at the top? That's one of our parole and probation officers. His name is Josh Chavez. And that award he has is the Victor Atia Award, which comes at the Department of Public Safety Standards Training, DPS. Did I get it? I missed an S somewhere, but where you get certified to be a PO. And it's really the top award for your class. It's a person who shows integrity, ethics, capability, competency, and all around good guy, good galness. And somebody up here used to have that award too in his class. So we're really proud of Josh and all the fine folks that we get. And it's just such a cute picture. I mean, he would probably hate it that I called him cute, but whatever. That's a great smile, right? All right. So future initiatives in terms of P&P, very similar to what Sonia mentioned about the juvenile division about to launch into an assessment of how they work with young women. P&P has just now, I think we're in year 2 of that exact same assessment process for how we work with women on supervision. The research is pretty clear that women come into criminal justice through pretty different pathways overall than men do. Once they're there, different things work better with women generally. Again, not every single woman is the same. So we've just now, in fact, this month, but also this week, we created 3 gender-specific caseloads. This is like so exciting in our world. We have 3 POs who are only going to be working with women, and we're really going to be able to give a shot at starting something new and from the beginning tracking it to see if it works, which is something we always want to do. It's really hard to do, but that's an initiative that's coming up. It doesn't cost any more money, actually. It's just doing things differently, which is really cool. Nimble and flexible staffing, as Tanner mentioned, we have been holding open FTE while we wait for the funding formula on the state side to kind of stabilize. So we know what we're working with. That takes effort. It takes creativity. And my hat off to our staff who have been through a lot of different ways of us trying to handle this so that we don't overload any one team or person. And then again, similar, same message as far as, juvenile, we really see the impact of secondary trauma stress on folks who work with adults on, community supervision. Coming to work every day with people, maybe 80% of whom are having a really, really bad day. And people for whom having a bad day can mean hurting other people, erratic behavior, threatening to hurt other people, or just being very, very difficult to pin down, to make a promise, to make an obligation, to keep it. So that just starts to wear on you. So, we see that the need, there's a lot of staff interest in incorporating these trauma-informed principles as ways to not just do better work with clients, but to stay healthy in this job, to be able to retire with your health and your well-being intact, and to have a good life for your family and yourself when you leave work at 5 or 6 every night. So we're going to keep on doing that. Right. Fiscal issues. How does this all play out in terms of budget? Short term, you'll notice for this year, we got this sort of mid-biennium infusion. So our budget for year 2 of this biennium is much stronger than we thought it might be, actually. We did get that infusion of sort of a one-time shot that really allowed us to kind of forestall this cliff that we see potentially out there in the future, a whole other fiscal year. So that's something that we're going to look at, but it still doesn't give us what we need to do moving forward. We still got to hold open those FTE. And I think it's 2.75 at the least that we're going to need to hold open, as Tanner mentioned, until we see what happens. And then another short-term issue, you'll see it in a special request that we have coming up here in a second. We still need to continue to pursue financial support or partnerships for stabilization of clients and public safety through housing. In terms of long-term, these things just sort of extrapolate and continue on. We will be unable to do a current service level budget after FY26 unless something significant changes in the state funding formula. There's a lot of different options, a lot of different work. County is involved, our lobbyist is involved in having those conversations. We're fully invested, but we will be having a very tough conversations with you all and with ourselves over the next year or two unless something big changes. This concept of more with less, we have been trying. We can only do that for so long, kind of a theme here. So kind of figuring out what that means. Where is the end line? Where do we actually say no? Where, as a county, do we change our priorities if necessary to fit what we actually have the funding to do? And that'll be an interesting conversation coming up. And in light of that, and probably just because it's a good idea too, same as on the juvenile side, we are really have our antenna out for diversifying our funding. Trevor will talk about it in a second, but I mean, we are 80-90% state funded through this big grant and aid or a couple other big grants that come from the state. And we just can't rely on that anymore. So we need to keep doing what we're doing. We've given you some examples of how we're doing that, and our promise to you is that we'll just keep doing that.
So in terms of adult parole and probation, the services are kind of almost a mirror image in terms of the juvenile services. So with adult, it's actually a state responsibility, but they contract out to the counties to provide that service. So 91% of our budget is from the state. Grant and aid is the majority of our state funding. And just something to note for grant and aid is it has a very specific population that can be spent on. It must be spent on those felony people that are on supervision, and then some select misdemeanors. So it's very particular in terms of what can be spent, and you'll see the large figure of the beginning working capital, the 26%. Most of that is from previous grant and aid, so it has that restriction as well. So in terms of our justice reinvestment funding, just to note, as DV mentioned, our grant and aid, we received an additional $575,000 in the second part of the biennium, so you'll see that spike there. We also received some competitive funding for justice reinvestment funding. That is our second largest funding source. And that's directly connected to what Tanner and DV were both talking about in terms of those individuals releasing from prison early and then those downward departures. We work in conjunction with the district attorney's office, and that program is funded through that. But we did receive some competitive funds from that process. So you'll see an increase there for our competitive funding. Something to note, like we did on the juvenile side, we're moving the crime prevention funds for adult. Now, these funds specifically pay for pretrial electronic monitoring services. None of our other funding streams can pay for pretrial services. So the county has provided these funds in the past to provide electronic monitoring for that pretrial population. So we're moving that into our general fund request just to not have a separate line there. And then our same general fund request, it's roughly the same in terms of those misdemeanors, providing the housing and the support for those. But also you'll notice there the 67,000. There's 67,000 additional. This was based on collective bargaining that came out of this previous fiscal year. And then you'll notice the funds, the 50,000 from the general fund, from crime prevention funds being moved into that line as well. So that represents that increase. In terms of our requirements, overall 67% of our requirements are for personnel services, and about 21% make up our materials and services. Some items of note for FY25 is our ISFs are up 24%, so roughly 144,000. Utilities are up 35%. We have a larger building and then just increased rates, so that's about $11,500. You'll notice quite an increase with our electronic monitoring contract. We hadn't received a price increase in roughly 3 to 5 years. So we did a new RFP. The new RFP came out. That's billing's been working out, and so with that, we noticed what the actual cost is for this next fiscal year. And so that's where you see that increase there. And that's all contracted services. And a large portion of that is actually pretrial electronic monitoring services. And as I mentioned, like grant and aid, the funding we get from the state cannot be spent on that electronic monitoring. So it's a very specific in terms of how we provide funding for those services. You also notice our grants are up 49%. This is because the justice reinvestment funds are, with them comes a 10% victim service allocation. So because we received the increase in competitive funds, it increased the amount we will receive. So our agencies, our victim service agencies that kind of go through our local public safety coordinating council process, they will receive an increase in funding. So those are literally pass-through funds to those agencies. That includes CASA, Mary's Place, Kids Center, JBAR-J and their anti-trafficking project, as well as In Our Backyard. And then you'll notice an increase in safety supplies. This is just with cost increases in terms of vests, Narcan, kits, other things that we provide for our officers in the field. And we're just experiencing some increases in costs there as well.
I was curious on the grants, is that say it's a pass-through, so they applied for the grant, they got the funding, and it just passes through the county?
Yeah, it comes to our budget, and then literally we invoice it out to them directly. Yeah.
There's a request for proposals process that the Public Safety Coordinating Council ends up reviewing and voting on and awarding who specifically gets those funds.
For the record, Phil was right.
Okay.
Local Public Safety Coordinating Council welcomes additional participation.
Yes. Oops. All right, so we do have a special request. I don't know if that's in a different section of your notebooks or folder, if it's within where y'all are right now.
I'll just speak to that briefly. Thank you, Dee Dee. In the special request tab, you'll notice there's the spreadsheet up front that lists there are 3 departments that actually are have special requests that are not already included in the proposed budget. So as we hear from all the other departments and internal service funds, those have already gone through a vetting process and included in the budget officer's proposed budget. However, there are 3 departments that are brought before the budget committee this week that will be taking motions on. You already heard from the sheriff's office there too. Community justice is the other one. And finally, the last department is the district attorney. So the 2 elected officials and this one from community justice are the ones that we'll be reviewing at the end of the week. Just want to point that out for you. Thank you, Dee Dee.
Thank you. So the slide up on the deck here is a brief description of our special request. We are requesting $100,000 to support housing for adults on supervision with acute and chronic homelessness. We've kind of talked a little bit about the why throughout our presentation, but essentially, you know, housing is not just good for individuals, but it's good for the community when we are able to locate and know where people are. We want to be working with our existing transitional and shelter homes, which we do pretty avidly, with resources that they have, with other existing state resources coming in to support homelessness prevention. But essentially at this point in time, we do not have the funding that is available or that's necessary, to house particularly those who present kind of a pretty big public safety risk without knowing where they are. So the $100,000 is essentially would provide plus or minus, more or less, depending on the season in Bend, hotel rooms that we would locate for individuals, particularly coming out of prison who either, you know, the term of coming out of prison is that they have somewhere to be, or who we deem, you know, as needing a place to be because it's going to be part of their public safety plan and their rehabilitation plan, or folks who are doing really well, you know, maybe not even hugely high risk, but are at risk of not doing well and continuing well because they can't find housing. So it's not the ideal solution necessarily, but it's absolutely better than what we're able to do right now, which is pretty much try to just keep tabs on where folks are camping. So that's that special request. Happy to take questions about that at this point.
When you're offering that, typically how long are you offering that to any of your clients?
Yeah, so each person is different. We have had a case of a woman who was actually low risk. She was actually very high needs, at risk of sexual assault herself. She had a sexual offense history, a lot of developmental delays, and she had a place to go in California, but the place she was going was on like a county tract that didn't have an address. So all this, like, you know, administrative barriers to get her to put an address on the form to transfer her. She had family who was willing to take her, and just that bureaucratic process took.
It was, I think, over 120 days that she was in a hotel room.
Yeah, it was very, very expensive. That's a somewhat extreme case. So it can be 3 days, a weekend, all the way up to 120 days. And I'll look at Tanner if you're willing to say what an average might be.
I won't hold you to that.
Ranges are good.
Yeah, I'd say anywhere from 15 days to 45 days, depending on the type of individual that's being in that room.
And the cool thing is, with the infusion of state resources coming into the community, I think we see more opportunities for trying to find them that next level of stability up. But, you know, we don't have that just quite yet in place.
And will the $100,000, I mean, is that pretty much like we get 3 hotel rooms for the entire year, or is that kind of, you know,
like, would we purchase 3 or?
Yeah, I guess, or is that, you know, okay, we're this hotel room for 45 days, then, you know.
Whenever we do it, we do the short sprints. So we never purchase anything that long, just because the volatility of whether that person, if they get arrested, we don't want to have that room there just sitting there. So it's depending on the time of year, depends on how many of the certain group are out at a time because the ebb and flows as well. So.
Is there a reason that you don't use the already established shelters available, like Shepherd's House, things like that?
We still do. We actually, we use them quite a bit. We have contracted funds. We still have people who don't either meet the qualifications for those shelters, maybe because of a criminal background, or other reasons. Maybe they've been in that shelter, but maybe they were removed and so they can't come back for 30 days or 60 days. Maybe they've been trespassed. There's a variety of reasons that they can't go in at that time or ever. So we do actually, we use quite a bit. And I mean, part of our goal is to continue to work with partners, kind of another theme of our presentation, to help. So what is it that we can do to provide some additional safety measures so that people on supervision can have access to the increasing number of resources in the community? Great question. Thank you. After that, I think that our last slide of substance here is the 5-year forecast for parole and probation.
Yeah, so this graph represents the projections in terms of that 5-year forecast. For our other revenue sources, we anticipate 6% biannual increase. So that's why you see that there with the 2 years and then 2 years. General fund, you'll see a large increase between FY26 and FY27. So that's where we've been kind of holding some vacancies in hopes that the state does some analysis and kind of resizes the funding that they're providing for us for those services. But that's where you see that large increase there in this forecast. Also, this is based on 100% funding model. We've done some analysis with this in terms of looking at like a 95% model and holding those vacancies. We believe we could push it into the next fiscal year and have a less of an impact, but there is a cliff out there at some point where if there's the funding is not changed, then at some point we will need a larger increase of general fund in order to maintain services.
Sorry, Trevor. When I'm looking at this, it looks like you go from 650,000 in this fiscal year 25 and then jump to 2.2 million. Is that because of the drop in beginning working capital?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
But again, on the assumption this is 100% funding, 100% expense model, which we are operating off of.
Yeah.
I think our operating assumption now is even less than 95, maybe 93, something like that.
And thank you for taking the stab at the 5-year forecast. I mean, I think it really helps give us a better indicator of where things are going and why you've got the trajectory that you're currently on.
And just for the board's reference again on this one, we applied a 7% increase to the 650. So that would be somewhere around 700,000 as opposed to, what's being showed here.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Unless there are other questions at this time, that is the end of our presentation. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Any additional questions? Thank you. Very informative.
I just acknowledge legislative advocacy is probably the next step here, setting up for 25. So the associations that you're involved with and us as AOC, let's all make sure to work together.
Yes. Thank you.
And there's always one department that needs to be between us and lunch. In this case, it is Justice Court. And so we'll let them get set up and then we'll move forward on that.
Morning. Good morning, guys. Sure. I get these 3? Oh, no, I just passed them down. There you go. Thank you.
Take one. Yes.
So at least stand up for a moment.
Yeah. Everybody stand up, all rise.
We will.
You guys want to take a break? We're in no hurry. No, we're good.
We're good.
Here in lunch.
All right. Well, I got somebody new with me today. And Jody is down in Arizona in the sun on a well-deserved retirement. And this is Crystal Kozine, who is our new court administrator, the new Jody. She's been on since end of February but worked at the department before. Came up through that process, so is familiar with it, and has hit the ground running and is doing very well. And I'm going to have her walk you through the PowerPoint that she prepared.
All right. Good morning, everyone.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I presume someone has the button for advancing. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So Justice Court, our mission is to provide the citizens of Deschutes County with timely access to justice at a convenient time and location. For those that don't know, we are a traveling court. We hold court in Redmond, of course, and serve as the municipal court for Redmond, and also for the City of Sisters and for Black Butte Ranch. We also hold court in Sisters, and also we travel to La Pine and hold court in La Pine. We alternate every other month when we go to Sisters in La Pine. So it's always an adventure. All right, so we had a couple of accomplishments that I wanted to highlight this year. We had 100% business continuity despite multiple inclement weather closures and staffing shortages. We didn't close a single day, and we're very proud of that. We were there to serve the public, and we continued operations during the bad storms that came through. Also, we had very old computers, and we replaced those this year. So we minimized any security threats that we had through those computers and upgraded our machines. And also, as Judge Fadley just said, we replaced Jody, and I'm the internal candidate that we replaced. Okay, so for next fiscal year, our projected revenue is $504,200, and that is from fines and fees that we charge. And then transfers in, we estimate about 43%, so about $380,521 to round out our budget. So this year, because of the increased cost in personnel services, the healthcare expenses, and it seems like everything went up this year, that is about 70%. And then materials and services, 22%, and contingency, 8%. We narrowed the budget down as much as we could in every category. And next year, we also need to replace peripherals, which are our scanners. We did budget for that as well. So short term, we do need to replace a couple of other things next year. We'll replace scanners. We also had double coverage while I was training with Jody, and also while I was training my replacement. Long-term issues, we continue to battle with the loss of ability to sanction driver's licenses for folks that failure to comply. We are only able to sanction licenses now for failures to appear. We also had 2 remission orders from governors, one from Governor Brown and one from Governor Kotek, which amounted to approximately $362,000 in collection income that we will not be receiving. We had to recall those accounts and zero them.
So remission is a general amnesty. With the idea of both of these two things, the loss of the ability to sanction, to consent, accountability by sanctioning licenses, and the general forgiveness of delinquent fines was implemented for the laudable goal of trying to give people a path forward who were in such a deep hole they were never going to have a driver's license. But it was kind of it was a sledgehammer approach instead of one that would have made more sense for somebody who had actually been in the courtroom and see what's actually going on. But that's where we're at, and we figured it has impacted our collections rate by 25%.
And then again, continued increasing costs of health insurance and PERS as they go up. All right. So the challenges we faced, we had 50% staff turnover, which sounds like a lot, but we have a very small department. So there's very few of us there. So we have 3 full-time clerks and of course myself and Judge Fadley. We also have a workload impact due to the DMV, which is continually understaffed. We have to do things manually in some areas, for example, convictions, which is a workload impact for us. And then, of course, as Judge mentioned, the continued revenue impact of the fine remission orders that we have received. So in the future, our plan is to complete the update of the continuity of operations plan. I have not yet dove into where Jody left off, so that is definitely something I'm planning to do next year. We have additional enforcement resources as well. This is very exciting for our department. Redmond Police Department will be going to an e-site program similarly to Deschutes County Sheriff's Office. And also they will be going to red light and speeding cameras. This will be in the future. So we don't yet know what the revenue impact of that will be, but it's definitely coming in the future and we will get a revenue increase because of that. So it's pretty exciting.
There has been no final commitment made by the city of Redmond. They're still studying that. But in all likelihood, it is going to happen, but if it does happen, it will not be this coming budget year. It'd be after that. Redmond has also added another police officer that's dedicated to traffic enforcement. And as you can see by the handout, that we get the bulk of our tickets from RPD. So those will both be the officer is going to come on board and that'll have an impact for this upcoming budget year. And then perhaps the year after that, they'll be doing this photo red light enforcement. The city of Bend looks like they're going to do it. So they'll get the headlines before we do. So
We estimate just with the second traffic officer with Redmond Police Department citations, an increase of about 32%. And then we are searching for some new integration software or imaging software to increase our functionality. We have an older program that we're running right now. Bless you, Phil. But we are continually looking to minimize any security threats and increase not only functionality, but workload impact as well.
I was just wondering on, I see citations filed versus revenue collected. Is it that a lot of the companies that are, or a lot of the areas that are citing either the fines are less or the fines for the sites are less or whatever? Because like the sheriff is a third of Redmond in this last fiscal year, and is 3x. I'm sorry, do this again. The sheriff is 1/3 of Redmond in terms of sites, but it's 5x in terms of revenue that you're collecting.
it's the way that the money is allocated based on which law enforcement agency writes the ticket. And this is very simplistically, the state gets the first $65 of every fine. After that, if the sheriff writes the ticket, the county gets all the rest. And if somebody else writes the ticket, the county gets half of the rest.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That helps.
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. I was like, wow, they're tough in Redmond. Tough.
Yeah, don't speed on the bypass.
There you go. Good tip.
Helpful safety tip. All right. Additional questions for Justice Court? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair Fisher, I have a general comment, not about Justice Court, but in general at this point.
Sure.
When we looked at the last presentation with community justice, juvenile and adult parole and probation. I just want to make it clear to everyone that those numbers that they're showing to balance their budget, if you took them in aggregate for fiscal year 26, is about 1.7 million more than we have in our general fund forecast at this point in time, which would bump that curve up, the intersection of the crossing curve, to fiscal year 26. And so because we're projecting to have about 1.3 million left over in fiscal year 27. So I just wanted the committee to be aware of that as we look at kind of the numbers that departments are bringing versus what we have as a general fund forecast.
Because they're, buying down contingency or beginning working capital on both of those funds this year.
Correct. Yeah. The beginning working capital is coming down much faster than anticipated, and they've been eating into that. So just as we go forward, wanted that to be no.
Mm-hmm.
And then I assume that then elevates the need for legislative action at the state level for that funding. So that's the call to action for us to coordinate with our lobbyist partners on that.
Any additional questions or comments before we break? All right, we are on break until 1 o'clock when the district attorney will be here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good to see you.
And we are live, and, oh, not quite, there we are. We are live and back. Welcome back to the Budget Committee agenda. We are at 1 o'clock. And next up on the agenda is the District Attorney and Victims Assistance Funds. And I see DA Gunnels up there. Welcome.
Thank you.
Take it away.
Thanks. Hey, I'm Steve Gunnels. I'm the District Attorney for Deschutes County. To my right is Jessica Chandler. She's our Senior Management Analyst. She has prepared this PowerPoint presentation and knows everything there is to know about our budget. And if you have technical questions, I will probably refer them to Ms. Chandler. Ashley Beatty is our Victim Assistance Program Manager, seated on my far left. And Casey Newsom is our Application System Analyst 3. And he is here really to address one of our asks in this budget, which has to do with some new capacity to process digital evidence, really is what it's about. Okay. It is the mission of the Deschutes County DA's office to seek justice, advance public safety, and uphold the law. We strive to maintain public trust and serve the people of Deschutes County with fairness, integrity, and honor. That's our mission statement. We have that mission statement around our office. We have it on the backs of each of our prox cards. And every deputy DA and every employee of the DA's office is required to know what our mission is and why it's important to us. We have approximately 60 full-time employees in the district attorney's office proper, not including myself, and 9.5 FTEs in the victim assistance program. Some of our accomplishments or highlights from this past year, the Veterans Intervention Strategy Program is a very successful kind of specialty program. Specialty court is often what's referred to, but really this is less a court program, more of an out of court program to refer veterans who get involved in the criminal justice system, who are charged with crimes, to treatment and counseling through VA resources. As you all probably know, VA resources are often very difficult to manipulate, come by. People get very frustrated with that system because of difficulties in obtaining services. And this program is really designed to assign each individual who gets into the program with a mentor who can help guide them through that system, help them access resources such as drug and alcohol treatment, mental health treatment, whatever they need really to try to get them back on track. Everybody who is allowed in the program either had an honorable discharge or a general discharge. There are no dishonorable discharge or other than honorable discharge military in the program, which means that those who are in the program at one point in their life had their acts together. They knew discipline, they knew, authority, and the idea of this program is to get them back to that place where they're contributing to society. They're good parents, good spouses, and good members of our community. The next highlight is a couple of high profile criminal cases that we concluded in this last fiscal year. The first one is the murder trial involving Mr. Kilby. It was a double murder. It was a 2-week trial. It required a great deal of office resources from deputy DAs who were assigned to the case, legal assistants, victim advocates, and investigators who did all the work, all the follow-up work to make sure that we had all the evidence we needed to present a cogent case for the jury. That individual was convicted of 2 counts of aggravated murder and received 2 consecutive true life sentences, which means no possibility of parole. The other one is a child abuse case, the worst kind of child abuse case, and an individual who abused a child in his care for a long period of time. And he was convicted after a lengthy trial as well and received a 100-year prison sentence, as was appropriate. The core function of a DA's office is prosecution, and those are just two examples. They're noteworthy examples, but they're just two examples. I could have gone through this entire presentation telling you about what we did in the past year to achieve justice in that sense. The SAUSA attorneys, that's Special Assistant U.S. Attorneys. We have two now with the DA's office. They're cross-designated. They're deputy DAs and federal prosecutors, so they can go to federal court when appropriate. The two positions are one of the drug prosecutors who takes cases to federal court if it's large quantity, serious history, a very serious drug offense. The reason that you do that is you get more bang for the buck. Basically, you get a longer prison sentence. I did that job for 20 years. It's a really important role for our office to have access to. And that office, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Oregon, has been very welcoming and cooperative with what we need in Deschutes County. And we've gotten some big prison sentences out of those cases as well. The other position is a internet crimes against children prosecutor who takes very, very serious crimes of that kind to federal court when it's appropriate and gets big sentences on those cases. And it's the same standard. It's basically bang for the buck. You get a bigger sentence in federal court typically than you would in state court on some of those cases. Of note, you probably have all become familiar with what's called the defense attorney crisis or defense attorney shortage that has hit Deschutes County in the last few weeks. We've had individuals released from jail because there's no defense attorney to be appointed based on shortage. There's a lot to that story that I won't go into, but in one of those cases, a very, very, very serious case, the individual was going to be released, but one of our SAUSAs, one of our special assistant U.S. attorneys, was able to get in touch immediately with the U.S. Attorney's Office and work with them to get a federal charge on that individual so that he's now in federal custody, was not released back into the community, which would have been a really terrible thing for the community, because this individual not only committed person-to-person crimes, but recorded them, which is a federal crime.
Is this DCIMME or is this?
I
was trying to follow the topics and then you started talking.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about the SAUSAs,
Okay.
SAUSA attorneys.
Okay.
Yeah. So the DCIMME is a collaborative effort here in Deschutes County to prosecute illegal marijuana manufacturing. And our team has been very active working with the code team. Our investigator works with the code team, writes affidavits for search warrants for illegal marijuana grows and so on.
Pardon me. So
Yep.
I didn't know if we had jumped to that topic, but any thoughts about, is there any action to be done for defense attorneys at the county level? Advocacy what's the big picture there? Because I hear about it too, and I'm a commissioner and we have budget authority at a county, but I don't know what the action items are.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I do think that it could be useful to agitate toward to get better results. To me, our legislature has done a lot. They've contributed a lot of money and guidance. They've changed leadership structure to OPDC, the Oregon Public Defense Committee, to change the oversight. It's currently with the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and it's moving to the governor's office so that the governor has a freer hand to replace members of the committee if things aren't going well. They've put a lot of money into it, the legislature, that is. I believe our local defense bar has done a really good job of trying to keep up with the pace. Our local courts have been amazing at avoiding this for as long as they have. And to me, the problem comes back to OPDC establishing criteria or metrics that don't really make sense. They don't match the caseload. They match some arbitrary, in my view, figure of how much an attorney can handle in a year and a month at a time. And so I think that's where the problem lies in Salem. at that agency.
Didn't, I actually saw a news story and that's what you were saying, that it needed to change in Salem. But I have a question. What about Daphne Banks? Is she still sitting out there?
Yeah, so that case, the statements that Mr. Kilby made to the police have been suppressed. And we've appealed, working with the Attorney General's office, we've appealed that decision it would go to since it's interlocutory, I believe it goes to the Oregon Supreme Court first. And so that we're awaiting a decision on that. If the statements are admissible, or whatever the decision is by the Supreme Court, then we'll consider whether we can go forward with the evidence that we have.
Thank you.
Welcome. Yeah.
Subject of defense attorneys. One thing I have wondered is, I'm not proposing the county get involved in paying for defense attorneys, but there's certain kinds of supports that we could, within the system that we could provide, office space, things like that. Does that help? I mean, if you can reduce office costs, space costs, does that allow that system to add more attorneys or to compensate people better so you have better recruitment and retention, things like that?
Possibly. You could, so that would be really interesting. We've got 3 consortia in Deschutes County that handle court-appointed cases. They are the Deschutes Defenders, which is the Public Defender's Office, which is the traditional model of for any county, is a Public Defender's Office handles those cases. We also have 2 consortia, the Bend Attorney Group and Atlas Law Group. They also take appointments. They have contracts with OPDC. If for any of them, if the county could lower, I mean, it would be worth a discussion, I guess. I can't speak for them. It would be worth a discussion if, it would make it more attractive, for example, to an attorney getting a contract. So for Bend Attorney Group and Atlas, they get a contract and they're basically in private practice, but they also have a contract to work for the state on those cases. And if you could lower the overhead for rent, for example, then it might make it more attractive for people coming out of law school or from other places to come here to work. I could see that being an incentive to add attorney capacity here, potentially. I've never really thought of that, but that's that seems like that would be useful to me. Yeah. Potentially. We've also really expanded our background investigations for new hires, staff investigations, to more thoroughly vet people before we hire them into our office. And our investigator does those. He receives special training in it and works with the sheriff's office for their policies and procedures, and does a very thorough job. And the process that we use has been approved by HR. Finally, we've really focused on trainings with law enforcement. I go to Redmond PD 1 to 2 to 3 times a week to do patrol briefing trainings, give them legal updates and so on. At I do the morning shift when they're just getting there, and I was there this morning, and it's really useful. It's good for us to have that relationship, but it's really good to keep police officers up to speed on what the new case law is, how law is changing, that they need to adjust. And there's a lot of change and adjustment going on in the law right now in criminal law. Okay, next slide. This slide just really demonstrates that we are a general fund office. Primarily, overwhelmingly, 97% of our budget is general fund. We do have grants and some fees that we get, but the lion's share is certainly general fund. Next. The next slide shows kind of how our budget is broken down in terms of personnel versus materials and services. very personnel heavy in terms of our budget. The changes that you'll see in our budget reflect the 3 bullet points really to a large degree. Time management, the TML cash outs have been a big, have increased in the last year. And investigative costs, that's not from our investigator, it's psychiatric evaluations that we pay for through private resources, private psychiatrists and psychologists who evaluate individuals who are charged with crimes, who either claim mental illness or have been shown to be mentally ill. There's a need to determine whether they can proceed in the criminal justice system with whatever mental illness they are demonstrating or exhibiting. And so that is a cost that we've taken on that's increased dramatically. And I'll talk about the dramatic increase in mental health cases a little bit later. And then other inflationary increases and internal services fund increases that I think probably every agency or every department is experiencing. Those are the big changes. Okay, our fiscal issues, the increased workload is primarily a result of the more complex cases that we're getting. The not just more serious cases, we've had a pretty dramatic increase in murder since 2020. I've spoken at length and shockingly about it in public fora before, but it's a really disturbing trend that we're going through here in Deschutes County since 2020 on. Those are extremely time intensive, resource intensive cases for our office, and we put attorneys on those cases who can handle them, which occupies them so that they're not able to take other cases, not able to do other things, such as if you put a supervisor on a murder case, which we do because we have to, there's less supervision that they're able to do. These are challenges to our workforce. The grant funding is diminishing, and so we're at risk of losing more grant funding over time as kind of those sources kind of retract as the economy kind of gets back on its feet, hopefully in a positive direction. The longer term fiscal issues include the remodel that's coming up. We hope in the future, we're in the planning stage of it. We've been working with facilities to try to accommodate the growth in our office and also to improve our working conditions, basically in the building that we're in. I've been in that building for 30 years. I actually kind of love that building, but it's an old building. It's got cracks in the mortar, like big, ugly cracks in the mortar. I always used to laugh at it until I became DA, and then I thought, that's not the best. And I assume it's safe. Lee knows if it's safe or not. He says it's safe. So there's need to improve the facility. And also finally implementing the Prosecutor Center for Excellence recommendations a few years ago, 2021, I believe, the county commissioners approved hiring Prosecutor Center for Excellence, PCE, to conduct an evaluation of our office to determine resource needs. They recommended at that time 4 additional prosecutors, and we've added 2 based on that recommendation. In this budget, we're asking for another 1.0 position. We're not asking for both of the remaining positions because that would require additional hiring, and we know that there is an economic forecast that you all are weighing with all of these requests. Okay. Current challenges. So that I mentioned already the surge in complex cases, the murder cases, and really just every case we get has more to do because every police agency in Central Oregon has body worn cameras, which means that every DUI has at least an hour, probably 2 hours worth of body cam footage recording that we have to watch. And it's not like reading a report for 15 minutes and knowing what happened. It's reading a report for 15 minutes and then looking at the body cam video to know what happened and so on. So it's, and it sounds kind of silly to mention it because, what's 2 hours, but when you multiply that by the 4,000 to 5,000 cases that we file every year, that's real time. That's real personnel time. So we have, staffing challenges in terms of some of the people who have left the office. We've hired people with less experience, and so there's a learning curve with every job. In our job as a prosecutor, I can tell you there's a learning curve of 5 to 7 years. The prosecution savants can take a murder case in 5 years. The normal prosecutor is going to need 7 years or so before they can take a murder case and do it well. And so it's not everybody's Mary Anderson. She's the savant. But it's that's a challenge. Having newer attorneys is great because they bring a lot of energy to the office, but there's a learning curve before they can take on the big cases. Addressing the backlog. First of all, we had a COVID backlog, cases that went into what was called the warrant queue that just backed up during COVID. It was 1,400 cases at the end, criminal cases with warrants that were just waiting to be prosecuted. And we're pretty much through those now. They keep coming up periodically, but we've made it through the vast majority. This attorney shortage, whatever you want to call it, is going to result in another backlog, because those cases are still being charged. We're still prosecuting them, and they're just going to go in a holding pattern for however long it takes to find attorneys for these people. And so that's going to be in addition to the cases that are coming in on the daily. So the office space constraints that we talked about with the remodel that we're addressing with facilities and with the architectural firm that was hired. The complexity of digital evidence, and Casey is going to talk in a little bit about one of the requests that we have to help accommodate that and to help with some of those challenges. Our future initiatives, the hope is that better communication with the courts, with defense bar, with law enforcement can reduce or make more efficient some of the challenges that we see with the high time consumption cases. So working with law enforcement, the better they're up to speed on case law, on what the law is, how to conduct a thorough investigation, the more efficient it is, because it makes it less likely that there will be a lot of motions to suppress evidence or to, exclude pieces of evidence that were seized. Working with the courts and defense bar to try to work out some way to create capacity in the defense bar so that they can take the high end cases, so that we don't have situations like the one I mentioned where a rapist was going to be released from jail because there wasn't an attorney to take that case. Space is always an issue in our office, and I've always been focused. I have always been focused on professional development for deputy DAs and legal assistants and victim advocates, IT, you name it. Everybody in our office needs to be, trained up to the utmost if they can be, because it makes them better at their jobs, and it also is rewarding to have that training, to feel like you're able to handle any challenge. The special request first special request that I have is for a 1.0 FTE for Deputy DA2. There's the cost up on your screen. We have, I think, been very prudent, very conservative in requesting additional staff and deputy DAs over the last few years, at least over the last couple of years. And I can tell you that there is a need for this position. It will be greater in the year coming up with the Measure 110 reform and with the very high level of mental health cases that we see in the courts. Those are stretching us very thin to the point where you worry about burnout, you worry about losing people who are taking those cases and handling them well, to start over with somebody new. So the increase in mental health and complex cases. So this slide is basically designed to show that these are some of the tasks that the 1.0 position would be handling, whether the person who's the 1.0 would be handling all of these things or not. It would be all of these need to be picked up by somebody, and the 1.0 position could create that capacity. The aid and assist docket, that means people who are so mentally ill that they can't even understand the nature of the charges or assist their attorney in court. Those cases require multiple hearings, multiple meetings about the case, and so on, to try to staff and direct the case in a responsible way, so we're not just turning people back out onto the street. Mental health court is a long-standing commitment that we've had to taking a special tack with people who are very mentally ill but not unable to aid and assist, to get them mental health services that they need to get them, back on track. Civil commitments, we've worked with the county counsel's office and with behavioral health, and we've agreed that the DA's office would be the more appropriate place to handle the civil commitments in Deschutes County. We already handle so many of the mental health cases, and there's so much overlap in the subject matter and in the personnel, or the people who are dealing with those cases, as well as the individuals who are charged with crimes or are subject to civil commitment. The Measure 110 change, we put a number in there because we felt like we had to put a number in there. That's my guess, is the bottom. The least we'll have an increase is 200 cases, and the most we'll have is about 700 cases per year. I don't think it's going to be the high end, and I don't think it's going to be the low end. I think it's going to be somewhere in the middle of that. With the recriminalization of hard drugs, I think we're going to have an increase in cases, period, because police are anxious to deal with that problem, and I think the public is anxious for us to deal with that problem as well. Getting them into the court system is going to be a resource intensive proposition on our part, but also I'm conscious about the resource drain on the criminal defense bar, which will be an additional challenge to them. That is something to consider. But we are going to, if we get those cases, we will charge them if they're chargeable. Yeah.
That people are deflected and deflected early, what is the impact? Or I mean, it's not like the DA's office has no involvement. But what is the difference in impact between early deflection and someone who comes into the court and then gets deflected out?
Yeah, right. There is some percentage of the people who are deflected, meaning the police will go out, they'll arrest the person, give them a citation to appear in court, and hand them off to behavioral health. So there's some reduction in the number of those individuals who will be coming to court. It's probably a good reduction. It's probably 50% or so. That would be great. so that, which means that they will have to follow through. They'll have to follow through with behavioral health. They'll have to stay in contact. They'll have to go to their meetings. They'll have to go to treatment and do the things that they're told to do. So that will reduce by the number of people who comply. Who don't comply will then come to court on their citation. We'll file the case. They'll come to court, and then they can be diverted, which basically means back out into that system, but with a court order to follow through. And then if they don't follow through with that, then they'll come back. They can be on probation. And so it's an over and over again. We really mean we want you to go to treatment. No, we really mean we want you to go to treatment. No, we really mean it this time. And then ultimately you can go to jail for 6 months if you keep messing up and you keep dropping it. So it's a very treatment centered approach, which is appropriate for those low level offenses. The reason that I picked 700 is that's about the reduction in cases that we saw from possession of controlled substance cases from 2019 to 2021. And so I have a graph for that. I don't know if it's in here, but you saw a reduction in methamphetamine by 650 cases. You saw a reduction in heroin possession by over 100. So that combo, heroin will now be fentanyl because 2019 is a different world, as you all know, from 2024. But that methamphetamine is still out there, and it's still a commonly used street drug. So those are, does that get it? Yeah. Also we've had a very large increase in expungements and public records requests. Those generally require attorney input. So an attorney needs to be looking at those decisions about expungements and public records requests. We spend a lot of attorney time on those things. That's part of what this 1.0 FTE would be doing. Okay. We've also seen a big increase in demand due to on personnel time due to paid leave Oregon and turnover, which requires coverage, generally by supervisor attorneys or senior attorneys in the office who can handle anything, which is a drain on resources. For supervisors doing it, they're less able to supervise people in the office. And also we've hired newer attorneys, as I mentioned. They receive lower pay. Like in terms of budget, that's a positive. In terms of workload, it's a blessing because they're good attorneys, but there's that learning curve that's going to take a while for them to take on, the more and more challenging cases. So I've mentioned already the supervisory challenges and also the PCE recommendation. We considered requesting 2 attorneys or 1.75 attorneys to fill the gap, but we had second thoughts with the financial forecast, and I think this is responsible. This would be a big help if we got the 1.0 position.
And do you have a mitigation plan if you don't?
Yeah, we have a mitigation plan. It's to work more. It's work more because I don't believe, I can just tell you, I don't believe, it's my philosophy. You don't categorically say, I'm not going to file those charges, those kinds of crimes. You can you can do these crimes in Deschutes County, but don't do those crimes. I don't believe in that. I think that leads to very bad results in the community. So I'm not going to do that. We can be better and more communicative about settling cases once we file them, trying to move cases, as the expression goes. But I'm not going to categorically say, no, we're not filing misdemeanors anymore. I'm not going to, or something like that. I just think that's a really dumb policy to have from a public safety point of view. It just leads to really bad situations. So the mental health aspect, I've already kind of gone over this. The thing about the mental health cases, though, is that they are a big resource consumer. We have a lot of court appearances for the mental health cases because there's a need to check in legally. There's a need to check in very regularly for a lot of these cases, every 7 days for some categories of these cases, for that case to come back. And we have many cases in that system right now, which takes a lot of staff time and deputy DA time to accommodate. And we spend multiple hours every day and every week trying to keep up with that pace. And we have seen a big increase. And so this graph here shows essentially we had by the end of 23, we had basically a doubling of aid and assist cases from 2019 to the end of 2023. And that, in my view, has to do with a combination of increased drug use, Measure 110 effects, increased other drugs other than Measure 110 drugs, and social isolation of people who are already mentally ill during COVID, which is not good for people who are severely mentally ill to cope with life. So we've seen a very big increase in those cases, and those cases take time, and they need to, because most of these cases are of a serious nature and they need to be addressed. The conduct that led to charges needs to be addressed. The statistics we have on that, we had 437 hearings on aid and assist cases in 2020 and 1,039 cases in 2023. Those are court hearings on cases, which is 137% increase, which is remarkable. And the people in our office who handle those cases work really hard every day and every weekend to keep up with that pace. This is the chart on the graph on murder cases. Historically, in Deschutes County, we've been a county that has, in a normal year, a bad year, obviously, but a normal year, 1 murder, maybe 2, maybe 0 in a good year. And that's been historically true for my entire career and prior to my career. And in 2019, we had 1 murder, which was awful but standard for Deschutes County. And then in 2020, it jumped up to 4. And then 2021, 4. 2022, we had 8 murders. That was 5 murder incidents, 8 murders, 8 people murdered. And then last year, we had 4. We're on pace for 4 again this year. It just seems like that has become our normal or plateau that we're not going to go below for some period of time. I connect it with the mental health cases that we're seeing, because most, if not all of these cases, I know the facts of all of them. They are drug and mental health, substance and mental health cases to some degree in every instance. And so that's the result that you see in the community, which is, a tragedy for us, for our community. This is the chart that I was referring to before about the drug cases, the reduction in methamphetamine possession, heroin possession from 2019 to today, which has been dramatic, and not because we're doing things well. It's because we're ignoring a significant drug use in the community. Possession of fentanyl went from nothing, never heard of it, to 71 cases last year, even with Measure 110 limits or thresholds. And so our next request is for fees to establish our own account and upgrade our software with Axon Enterprises for digital evidence management. It's really a very important thing for our office. Casey Newsome, our systems analyst, is here to discuss this. with you. And if you have any questions, he's available for that.
Yeah, so just to give explanation of what is evidence.com, it is basically a digital management platform that allows law enforcement to upload their dash cams and body cams to their system. And then from there, they offer a wide array of technology such as auto transcription and auto redaction, like auto blurring, some of those advancements in technology. Right now, Bend Police Department uses Axon evidence.com, while some of the other agencies use a different platform for their storage. We basically are using a guest account with evidence.com just enough so that we can view evidence and then download it. Because other agencies use a different variety of software, we kind of have to pull all of those different platforms into one repository. And so what we're looking to do is just make axonevidence.com our standard for where all the evidence is going to be stored, how it's all going to be accessed, and that will minimize some of the issues that we have going forward. Right now, what we're asking for is unlimited storage, so that's no longer an issue right now. We've been, I recently, a couple years ago, purchased an upgrade in our storage system, and it was about $16,000 that alone, and that's, I would expect to be an expense every few years going forward unless we utilize something like this. They also, like I said, offer automatic transcriptions. So that would, I think, save a lot of attorney time. Right now, we have a lot of attorneys that are kind of manually typing things out when they receive cases in intake. And so I could see that minimizing a lot of the processing time for the evidence. And yeah, it would also eliminate our current e-discovery platform, which is files.com, which the base standard is $8,000 a year right now.
So we recently had an officer involved shooting investigation that our office dealt with, and in that I believed we had to create a full transcript of the interaction. So that required me to go through and play that video for 20 hours or so over and over in slow motion to get the exact transcription so that there were no errors in it, and also to have our office go through and manually black out the face of the individual involved in that incident. And so this technology would make it much more efficient to go through something like that, to handle an incident like that, where you would have at least a transcript that you could compare to the actual recording. I can tell you, I wouldn't rely entirely on the technology to pick up every word and obviously gesture, because I described physical actions in that as well. But and then the automatic blurring would be a big help as well in terms of time and efficiency. Any questions about that one?
I was reading either the special request or somewhere else, you made a comment that even with the status quo of having that guest license, you're actually losing some privileges because of the way Axon's changing their terms of use, right?
Yes. So right now, we have a process that automatically downloads all of the digital evidence, so then we can put it in our current repository. Axon had at some point decided to change their policy to not allow the free usage for guest accounts. And so we would lose that ability. And so that would require all of our legal assistants to then manually process and download evidence.
Any questions about that part of this presentation?
Sounds like that's efficiency in the system. I mean, there's going to be value there in making this investment.
I think there's a high degree of value. I can just tell you from my own experience, it's to have those things happening with technology instead of having staff time to do it, would be it would have saved a dozen hours of my time, probably the same amount for the investigators' time and IT from working on that particular project. Those are different kinds of cases. Those are cases where you're talking about 5 minutes of video and you're looking at it for 20 hours. That's not a normal circumstance. The normal circumstance is you have a DUI investigation or some other domestic violence investigation, and you want to have the full transcript of the conversation for an hour, and it's not at the same level of scrutiny, but it's important that you're accurate. And so if you have technology that can help you with that, that would be a big benefit to our office. Yeah. So then Ashley Beatty is here. She's the Victims Assistance Program Manager, and she'll be addressing the Victim Assistance Programs request.
Hi. So it's our goal to provide timely and effective services for all crime victims in the community. The services that we offer are not replicated by any other agency in the community, and they are required under Oregon law. Next slide. Okay, so budget details. We are seeing kind of similar grant revenue this year projected. I do want to indicate that we did get a forecast of potential future reductions in grant funding. I think you guys are keenly aware that that may be coming across the board. And so that's something that we have been keeping in mind also. But so far, our criminal fine account, our Victims of Crime Act funding is stable. And then we do have a federal grant going right now for 3 years that is paying for an FTE. Next slide. And same as the DA's budget, victims assistance is personnel heavy. So most of our budget is people. It's the people that do the work. And then the small increases in materials and services are the ISF internal funds. And we're very simple this year. Thank you.
You get a slight reduction in regular employee. Was that rehire at a lower staff?
Yes. We had a significant turnover this last fiscal year.
Always hate to see those.
Oh, I know. Believe me, I felt it.
Any questions, comments, concerns? Oh yeah, Phil.
We need a cheat sheet of legislative advocacy, like what things we need to be advocating from the DA's office. Next session.
Okay. I can tell you the things that I dream of having in Oregon.
There's a handful of things that we talked about today.
Yes.
Yeah.
It'd be great to have a kind of.
That's a good idea. Yep.
And we do have, county lobbyist and, taking time in the near future, even maybe to get together and talk about what are those initiatives that are happening? What are people talking about in Salem? What is our, lobbyists see going on? So yeah, please think of joining us if possible.
Okay.
Maybe next year we could get some of the 57 million that OHA paid to Deloitte. There was a lot of money paid to them that probably we could have used.
The DA's office could use all of it.
Yes, every dime. We'll tell them that.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Right, we are at a short recess. We're a little ahead of schedule, so why don't we reconvene? Because I see HR came in. Why don't we reconvene at 5 of? Keep that 5-minute break, and then that gives us a little extra time for some of the stuff. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're at 1:55, so we're a little ahead of schedule, but luckily, Human Resources is ahead of their own time as well. And so we will start now with the Human Resources item. I will turn it over to Kathleen Hinman.
Thank you. So for the record, Kathleen Hinman, HR Director, and I have with me
Jason Bavuso, HR Manager.
Thank you. So we have prepared for you a budget presentation here, and I think we'll probably go pretty quickly, but I'm always surprised sometimes by what occurs. So we'll hope to move through this pretty quickly. Let's see. There we are. So first slide here, just an update our org chart and kind of what we've been doing. This is actually pretty reflective of this past year and some of the changes we've been making. So a couple of years ago, we did add the manager position, which Jason has stepped into. And with we have sort of a legacy employee leaving our office. She's earned her retirement and she'll be taking that. And so as we work through that succession planning, looking to determine how we take that amount of knowledge and sort of look at how we can better support the county with moving those pieces around. And I'll get into a couple of other things that we've done this year to try and figure out how best to structure our department. I just always like to point out that we do have a couple of staff in the sheriff's office, Jennifer Mannix and Rachel McKim, that we work very closely with. We consider them our HR partners as well as Kayla Harris and Health Services. So it's a pretty close knit team. And then we have these additional folks that we reach out to and work with on a regular basis on items. Just a little bit of what HR does. These are kind of big topic areas. We have employment services, our talent acquisition or recruitment.
Question. So when you were talking about the HR folks in the sheriff's office, is this part of your org chart? So that is that
No.
those two that are here? So yeah, not on this org chart.
Correct. Not on
Yeah,
the
I was
org
just
chart
making
for
sure because it said 2 HR analysts under there, and I was wondering if that's what you were referring to.
No, those two HR analysts are benefits, so Trigby and Terry.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, but that's not the sheriff's office.
Correct. So just the department overview, classification, compensation, performance development, employment, labor relations, benefits, and leave administration. So these are kind of the big picture areas of what we do in HR. Clearly within this, we have lots of different divisions of work within the larger scope of these programs. Let's see some of our accomplishments this year. So we did complete the RFP process and we've begun work with a consultant on a salary market and equity review project. So that's a big lift. We haven't really done this type of work in quite a few years for our non-reps and our AFSCME represented folks. And in terms of the equity review, it will actually be something that goes countywide to review all positions. So this will be a big project that we work on. It will take a lot of our staff time and actually will impact the departments as well. We will be reaching out to sometimes staff, supervisors, et cetera. So this will be a project that's felt. We did identify a consultant that we're working with actively, so more to come on that. We do expect that project to go into next fiscal year. And so we'll talk a little bit about next fiscal year. The implementation of that project will be what we'll be working on there. One of the big things that we've worked on is pivoting resources for increased support to supervisors on employee relations matters. So just as we've got newer supervisors where things are working, the change in our service model that HR has gone from kind of a specialist role to a business partner role, that has really been something that we've seen that we've needed to do for a while, but also we heard from departments in terms of how to support them kind of earlier in these employee relations matters or just all sorts of matters that they're getting to address. The other thing that we've done is focus on process improvements and knowledge sharing during the service model transition. So we've focused a lot on taking this sort of siloed information, as we see this, legacy employee with that information walking out the door, how do we then transition that across multiple areas? And then also we have an opportunity now to actually strengthen our bench knowledge and be able to ideally, once we're fully staffed and working on that, be able to stretch and support a department maybe while their business partner is out. So we're really working on and focusing on that internally. One of the things that we did, which was kind of fun, is we did listening tours with the departments, and that really informed our we created a goals and project plan for a 2-year, which is fiscal year 24-25, and then kind of heading into 26. So we have an idea from both the from the listening tours as well as employee feedback, and then just some work that we feel is needed here at the county. We've identified what those goals are and working on them. And that's part of that new service model that we're working on. So a couple of accomplishments. We've been looking at these charts for a few years now, and these are the summaries here. We do have by department. I'll send that out after this presentation if anyone is watching and looking for that information. So what I like to see here, and these are some of the areas that we look at in terms of our applications per recruitment. So this is one to kind of tell us, how's our recruiting, our advertising doing? Are we sourcing candidates? How's this going? And we did see it drop a bit during kind of pandemic and then right after pandemic. And we're actually seeing that pick back up, which is really great. Still not pre-pandemic numbers, although I don't think that that's a good comparator anymore. And so we're looking at kind of currently where we are. And I like to see this 24 apps per recruitment. Our number of recruitments are going down right now as well. So we've been at the 300s, which kind of is indicative. If you look at our turnover numbers, since those are going down, our number of recruitments are going down as well. Our FTE is holding steady in terms of our vacancy rate. So not a lot of movement there. We seem to be kind of holding. We had run pre-pandemic closer to about a 7%. 6-7%. And so seem to be stabilizing at around this 10.5% here. And then when we look at the turnover report, this is the one that when we ran these numbers, we were happy with these numbers, where we see that turnover kind of moving down from where it had been the past few years. So really glad to see that work.
Is there anything that you can specifically account for in terms of the reduction in turnover? Is it economic environment, or what do you get?
I think there is a little bit of an economic element there, but I will say that when we saw that, the great resignation, the great reshuffling, whatever we want to call it, there's a lot of movement occurring, which created sort of some cascading or some shuffling right through our departments and offices. And I think that we're kind of seeing that settling a little bit more than people just leaving because they were frustrated, right? Or leaving because there were better opportunities, which may have been part of it. Anything to add to that, Jason, you think?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Do you track layoffs?
We do. But it's a pretty small number in terms of that, but yeah.
You hear about exodus of the baby boomers from the workforce, kind of national.
Mm-hmm.
Are we experiencing that in a significant way?
I would say I don't have the numbers in front of me, right, to really know that answer for sure. But anecdotally, I would actually say we probably saw that a little bit. We're not seeing it the way that others are. And I think some of it has to do with we saw kind of a bigger set of folks leaving a few years ago. And I think it's the age of the county, probably when we expanded earlier, right, some years ago. And then those folks have hit their 25 or 30 years with the county and had moved on. I'm not seeing or anticipating a huge exodus. There are definitely some departments that still have, we've talked to them about planning for a tier of employees who will be leaving that's sort of recognizable, right? And we do talk to them about that. But in terms of the county as a whole, I don't think we'll see a huge turnover based on that piece. I think, like, for example, HR has already experienced that. And then, but I think what we hear from community justice, there's some definitely that we've identified and preparing there, and probably something similar in a couple of other departments that I can think of.
They were discussing that earlier today. So is that something that you're then
prepping for in terms of starting to change the way that you would recruit or amp up your recruiting to try and pull potential people into the county to fill those seats?
It depends on the department's or office's plans. So, for example, what HR did is we totally changed our service model. So we work with them to identify ways in which they can address either that hole or opportunities to do things differently, right? So I think we engage, and that's the idea with the business partner models, that we're engaging at that conversation so that we can then determine, do we have the right job description for what you're needing? Where are we going to compete for that, position? And then bringing folks in for that. Right. But it's really that conversation earlier on is, are we just replacing, or are we going to do this differently, or do we need a different skill set to do it? Let's see. Okay. Financial part. So nothing really, I think, too interesting in my budget. There usually isn't. However, what the 17% budget change here is really due to there's an increase in FTE included in here. And so it was a request which has been added into the budget. And that is for what we call an associate business partner level. And so that is how we've structured our group, is that we have teams. So we have our HR business partner, we have our manager and our business partner teams, and they each work with a business partner and associate business partner, and then they work to support the department. And so we are finding, though, that we have a lot of the work at that associate level really has can become a bottleneck to some of the processes or systems. And so we identified, especially when we met with a lot of the departments and listened to what it is they need. And then we looked at our own setup and have identified that particular level is where we're really needing the support. So that is where we're asking for that position. Okay. And here it is where we talk about adding the 1 FTE to support. And it's really focusing on, which I think that Robert had mentioned, paid leave Oregon sure is adding a bit of work to our plates, not just implementing paid leave Oregon, but also the changes every year that are coming along with paid leave Oregon. So just when you think you understand it, the plan is to change it a bit. So that, and then one of the things that was asked for was a little bit more support in the recruitment and selection area, which we're happy to develop with our clients, our departments and offices, and really meeting them in terms of how can we create selection processes that get to the type of skill set that's needed to fill the jobs that they want there. So really kind of flexing that support there. And then just personnel actions. I mean, these are things we just can't avoid. We have to complete all of the personnel actions. And as we have more FTE, more complicated contracts, et cetera, it just creates additional work at that level. So that's where we're at. In terms of materials and services, any increases there are really around increases in our costs that are added on to us in terms of training and technology. So any of the systems that we're using, those are increasing. And then as we look to our public sector partner training programs, those additional costs are sort of passed on to us as well. Still a great program, and one I think that we're pretty proud of as a local organization.
You mentioned paid leave Oregon. So what's the short summary in terms of the impact to the county overall? I mean, you're filling in people. There's probably overtime that's associated with it in some departments. What are you seeing, and how are you projecting that forward?
Yeah, I think it's what we're seeing. So in terms of there's a couple of impacts, right? So the impact one is on our workload. In terms of us working with the staff to manage and track it all, creating the different systems, trying to educate employees on their rights, that is pretty complex. And as we work within our timekeeping and payroll systems, that part is why we're essentially asking for, it's a big piece as to why we're asking for the additional FTE. There's a lot of coordination now more so than there was before with, it's even increased in terms of payroll and HR around this particular topic. In terms of the departments, we are seeing areas where this is creating new situations for us to have to, how we figure and work around leave. So in the past, we kind of knew where we were going. There are times where we're on the phone with BOLI because we're trying to figure it out. And it's created new and different areas for us in terms of how a department has to plan for someone being on leave because of the way in which PLO is coming abroad. It's not necessarily just a replacement of the different types of leave we've had. Now, we've been able to work with departments to try and find ways to adjust and backfill, but some of these skill sets aren't something we can backfill, especially if it's intermittent or temporary. And so we've looked at things like adding temporary FTE because there's enough staff to where on leave that it is an issue. And so should we create an on-call position that is available to support? Is it a position which an on-call staff can support? So we do work with departments to kind of identify ways in which that can happen. Otherwise, as we've heard, some departments just adjust service delivery times to address that. And then others are able to absorb it a little bit more.
And do you think the trend's going to continue forward similar to what it was in year one?
I think that with the recent legislative adjustments to take effect June 1, there will probably be a tightening of that actually. I just the way in which they're adjusting Oregon paid leave Oregon and then Oregon OFLA, right? So the way that those will play together, I think that there will be actually less ability to stack leaves. So we may actually see that reduce.
Okay.
I would just add one point related to that FTE ask is that we have spent a lot of time just ensuring that we are doing work as efficiently as we can. And so that's often a question we will pose to other departments when they do talk about, we need more people. It's like, well, have you really made sure that you're doing your work effectively and efficiently? And we've spent a lot of time over the last 9 months to ensure that at our associate business partner level, that transactional piece is running as efficiently, I think, as is feasible. We've hit that point of diminishing returns. And an accurate and timely processing of that transactional piece is kind of core to what we do. So, and it enables that trust that allows us to grow our services in other areas. So we've taken our own medicine in that regard to make sure that we've done that good work. So
it's a really fun exercise is asking all of your staff to do time trials of their work, right? How you really get good leadership points when you're telling them to document how many phone calls they give and how long they're on each phone call. So, but we did it just like we ask others to do. Okay, so some of our short-term fiscal issues, planning for potential impacts of that salary market and equity review project, continuing to build the health benefits fund reserve to stay within policy requirements given the costs of healthcare are increasing rapidly. So then as we look to the long-term fiscal issues, increased cost of living and rising mortgage rates will continue to be a factor in attracting talent to the area. It is it's continued to be something that we hear. And so, that's definitely a long-term fiscal issue there. Balancing the fiscal sustainability and increased cost of personnel expenses. I mean, this is one that, as we've heard earlier from our finance and budget team, is the increased cost of what I consider our greatest asset, our personnel, our team, our staff. Those expenses are continuing to rise. If we continue to see inflation the way it is, the way our COLAs are, we'll likely see high COLAs going forward. And if you add the 5% between each step and the cost of living, that can be a 9% increase each year. So balancing that while we're also addressing the some of the issues that we're seeing within our budget. And then
I do have a question. What is the health benefit fund now projected to be at year end? Do we have a number?
5.9 million.
5.9
Yeah.
million?
And I think it's 8 million in FY 25 with the new health insurance rates.
No, it's 5 point. Oh, I'm sorry.
25.
Yes.
The ending year end, this year end balance is going to be 5.9 million
That's
approximately.
what we're projecting right now. We definitely have months of claims coming in still.
Oh, and I do have a correction. It's actually 100 days that the federal budget goes over $1 trillion. It's every 100 days, not 3 months, like I said yesterday.
So just another long-term fiscal issue is balancing, providing robust and competitive health insurance and benefits packages while managing surging costs of healthcare. So it's not just that we have our policy that we need to, in the short term build up to meet that policy. It's then going forward as we continue to see those costs increasing, not just for us, industry wide. It's just the cost of health insurance right now is definitely on the rise. So the long-term fiscals, how do we balance that while maintaining what has been communicated to us as one of the biggest reasons for our staff retention?
The number one reason, right?
It was, yep.
Yes.
So you were talking about some of the recruiting worries and the challenges in terms of getting people to move here.
Mhm.
When you're seeing your applications coming in, as you're getting your 24 applications per rack, are you seeing them come from regions where that might balance out, or is it random enough that you're not seeing that? I.e., are you attracting people from California who already understand high house prices and the rest, and they just want a different lifestyle, or is that not coming through in the data?
I don't know the answer fully. What I will say is that our advertising, oftentimes when we look at advertising outside of Oregon, we will look at it regionally, and we do identify areas in which the move from where they are likely to ours will be less of an impact. So we are looking at places like Washington, California, Colorado, in terms of advertising, if not nationally, but regionally, that's definitely where we look. And we see that. In fact, our new HR business partner will be moving or has moved and will be starting June 3rd from Colorado. Okay. So a couple of our challenges, managing the paid leave Oregon and those changes and integration with county leave programs. And it's a challenge on two levels. One, because it's a challenge, and two, because the person who's leaving, who's retiring from our department is actually our leave administrator. And so this is someone who is, I used to think I knew leave, and now she's a walking BOLI book for us. So that luckily she's not going too far, and we get to continue to engage with her in a on-call capacity. But spreading that, taking that knowledge and spreading it throughout the rest of the team has been what we've been working on. The other one is that we're addressing skills gaps in next generation supervisors with enhanced training and support. That was actually something that we had identified as a need from HR's perspective, and then we continue to actually hear that through our listening tours with departments. It's really kind of bolstering that supervisor role. And then review, evaluate, and create improved processes within our HR systems. And so that's another one where we take our siloed information within our HR group, and we are now moving it to a more a system in which crosses multiple people within our organization. So within our team, right? So we have folks who, not just one person who knows leave administration. Hopefully by the end of this excruciating event, we will have lots of people who are familiar with leave administration, right? So that's the kind of what we're doing there. Some of our future initiatives, we plan to support strategic initiatives to retain staff by continuing to focus on competitive pay and benefits and an inclusive work culture. So when we look at, the data that we do have on why people are leaving and what keeps people, we are definitely looking at making sure that we're competitive in our pay and benefits, and those, that can be defined differently, and we're working on what those definitions are through our processes. And working on our policies and rules updates. This is, I think, a big one that the organization is interested in working on. And then complete and implement the outcomes of that salary market and equity review project. So in terms of that's a future initiative because the implementation will be occurring in next fiscal year. So Health Benefits Fund 675 does sit within human resource, or at least we're responsible for it. This is kind of our the line is our funding. So you can see that there are months in which our funding goes up, our costs go up or down compared to our funding. And we just continue to see the surging costs of healthcare and primarily around pharmacy going on at the county. As we review this one with our benefit consultants, what's really great about them is the perspective that they can provide. And that perspective is that this is something that's happening nationally. They are reporting for fully insured. Some of those rates increases are coming in the mid to high 20%. So it's not uncommon right now for someone an organization to receive a 25 to 29% rate increase on their health insurance, just the way things are going. So as we continue to look at our rates going up, our costs going up, it is indicative in the market as well.
Will you see your ability regarding other
yeah.
When you say pharmacy,
Mm-hmm.
pharmaceuticals, I mean, are we talking about, what goes across the counter at the doc pharmacy, or are we talking
all
overall, county employees consumption of pharmaceuticals of various?
It's less, or the consumption is it's our cost per RX or our cost per claim that's going up versus so the cost of that prescription is going up versus the number of prescriptions increasing. And that is in the totality of our pharmacy, right?
And is that for the same drug? Like suddenly it costs a whole bunch more, or is it, oh, now you have this condition and you need this thing that's way more expensive?
Yeah, so there's a couple things occurring. The one that you just described where the costs of the pharmaceuticals are just going up. And then the other one is that, and this is we're not immune to it. It's been in all of the papers. Some of the GLP-1 drugs, so those that are supportive of maybe diabetic or weight loss, preventative for diabetes, those types of drugs, the cost of those are very expensive. And we have seen that's one where we have seen both the increase in the number because it's become more available. And then the cost itself is very expensive. So, and they are beneficial, they are working. And so we're just making sure that they're following the plan documents and that we have a plan to, and that we're aware of that as we calculate our costs going forward. I will say though, and we'll kind of get into this in a minute here as to why they're going up. I'll follow up a little bit on that, but just in terms of the resources heading into next year. So we do anticipate that I think this year 5.9 million is where we'll end. Department rate is being increased in the budget. What's included here is 15% this fiscal year. And then our projections do plan a 0 to 5% in the following years, depending upon how things come in. And then employee premium cost shares typically make up 5.5% of our full premium rate. And those were increased in fiscal year 24. They have to be increased on the January because that's when our plan year renews. So we'll reevaluate that as we come into this next renewal period with a January 1 start date. And when we looked with our consultants as to the impacts of, what is impacting our costs and what are we looking at here? And what we're really seeing is that the first bullet point actually should say that the cost of the health claim itself is a 6.6% increase and that's the past 5-year average. So we were averaging pre-pandemic around a 3.5% to 4%. And now we're averaging about a 6.6%. So there is a difference in the rate in which our claims costs are increasing for sure. And what is attributed, being attributed to that? We're seeing it at both at the county and the industry, that high inflation. So the costs, you know, we have one hospital system locally, and so the cost of the impacts of you know, their contracts and their costs go up with ours. Labor shortages, that's another one that is definitely impacting it. And then the soaring pharmacy costs, both for us, but also generally in the market. That is the end of HR's presentation. We'd be happy to attempt to answer any questions. Hard ones will go to Jason.
Any additional questions for human resources?
All right, thank you.
Next up on the agenda is information technology. Okay. Right. Yeah. And I did look in the mirror and tell the computer geek did not ask a bunch of IT questions. Oh, yeah. I can't guarantee you'll respond.
Yes, it's moving.
It's okay. Just I'll move forward.
That's my note to myself. I did, yeah. Might have been a little sloppy there.
I like that you're still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have to work. Let us know.
Who's doing the
Right,
slides?
take it away whenever you're ready.
Are we doing the slides?
Yes.
Yes.
Keyboard.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
You guys know how to do that.
No, no, we don't know how to do it. I think we need a tutorial. So for the record, Tanya Mahood, IT Director and CTO.
Kevin Furlong, IT Operations Manager. Shad Campbell, Applications Manager.
And Zach Neiman, Information Security Manager.
Yeah, thanks for having us. Start out with our overview. We have 3 funds in IT. The first one is 660. It's where personnel, cost, M&S, and recurring items live that support IT in the county. 661 is our reserve. Typically, this is for large expenses for maintenance replacements that fluctuate year over year. I'm kind of just giving an overall, so we'll get into each of them soon. 661 has our Microsoft licensing costs, which will eventually be moved into our 660. And then 305 is our GIS fund that supports spatial data within IT. And 40 has been retired. So only 3 budgets to review. So moving on to IT accomplishments, we adopted our first strategic plan for the IT department to provide us with a roadmap for the next 5 years, which is exciting. We completed a 2-year project with ARPA funding to put infrastructure in place that allows for us to have 2 internet service providers for failover and redundancy. So that's exciting. Working on implementing the network segmentation plan that we roll out building by building. It allows us enhancement on our network security. We created an incident response plan, and with the management team and the response team, we are conducting tabletop exercises for various departments and offices. And this work will continue in the future, helping to increase cybersecurity awareness throughout the county. We hired an information security manager a couple months ago, and we expect our cybersecurity posture to significantly improve in the near future with the efforts that Zach is putting forth.
We're safer now.
We're safer. Zach is here. Yes. All right. I started meeting with the department and offices to help keep an open line of communication for engagement, which helps us understand the business needs across the county. We implemented an online platform that houses technical training for all employees to learn, grow, and be empowered with the tools that we have at our fingertips. We are
Rolling out an enterprise-wide digital e-signature software for capturing digital signatures in an automated way, relying less on paper. We migrated all internal intranet web pages to the cloud, and we upgraded several conference rooms to have web conferencing technology allowing for hybrid meetings and screen sharing capabilities. And then we completed moves for about 250 people, which included the spin up of about 6 buildings or expansions of buildings. And then just as a side note, just to talk about how many calls and emails that we are getting on a daily basis, that averages about 55 emails and phone calls that come in. That's not counting any of the work that's associated with it or arm grabs or any other way that folks are getting a hold of IT. So we're doing about 12,300 or about 12,200 emails and calls this fiscal year. So lots of work being done in the IT department. All right, jumping into 660 budget resources. So again, this is personnel, M&S, and recurring costs. It's funded by ISF, and these ISF charges increased by 31%, and that's attributed to security, resource needs, and inflations. And I'll talk through those in a little bit more detail shortly. The requirements, personnel services projected at 4.9 million for this coming fiscal year. Major expenditures is employee costs. And actually our contracted vendor for cybersecurity decreased from last fiscal year. So that's good news. And then it includes software maintenance and agreements. So examples of these are firewall subscriptions, backup software, faxing, phone systems, and all that kind of good stuff that's recurring. Now onto the short-term fiscal issues. So security. Security measures are essential for safeguarding our assets, protecting personnel, and ensuring operational continuity. The implementation of the security protocols comes with financial implications. So we're trying to balance the available resources while prioritizing security initiatives based on the county's risk appetite. Adequate personnel. We have about 20-ish departments and offices on the with diverse needs. So our business model has changed where we have 24/7 operations. So this requires specialized skills, cross-training, staying abreast of technologies, enhancing data analytics, reporting on the data, and more project management by this team. So we simply don't have the resources to meet the needs across the organization. And then prioritizing the needs. We're more reliant on technology in our everyday work. And that translates to higher risk of downtime of our IT systems and tools. It also means dedicating time to finding the right solution or tools for the job, then creating efficiencies with the tool and then supporting and maintaining it. So to note, our department over the last decade has lost headcount. So we're currently prioritizing maintaining operations while working to overcome technical debt. And what I mean by technical debt is deferred maintenance, deferred replacements, along with resource constraints. Data. So we need to uncover the data across the county, and we want to make sure it's valid and then get that information to leaders so that they can make data informed decisions. So being reactive, with the resources on hand, our operations are focused on addressing urgent needs rather than being proactive. So this is straining to our personnel time and financial resources. So those are some of the short-term fiscal issues. Some of the long-term fiscal issues, addressing the need for additional staff, managing the increased cost of labor and technology, and managing the cost of cybersecurity needs and requirements. All right, so I bundled 660 and 661 for current challenges and future initiatives. So the first challenges is implementing a robust cybersecurity program while balancing this county's cybersecurity risk appetite, funding, and requirements. And as I mentioned, with our diverse organization, we need to maximize the value of current products and services investments, but also help identify and fix inefficiencies in the business processes. And this requires specialized staffing to help those initiatives. We need standardization. We need consistency with how we purchase and manage software along with developing software. And this may require additional resources as we take on more of a role in this area. While standardization helps with this, we need to shift our perspective to prioritizing off-the-shelf solutions versus developing in-house. And this does require changes to our culture and expectations. Developing policies and updating them to be modernized and include security needs, something we need to do. If our grant is approved, we want to move from .org to .gov in a secure and sustainable way this year. So it's currently challenging without an ITSM solution, which is Information Technology Service Management Solution. Currently, we're unable to understand the trending needs of the county or metrics on IT services and products. So we need a tool to design, deliver, manage, and improve IT services across the county to customers and users. And it will give us the ability to empower users, manage tickets and projects that are in a consistent and organized way, aligned with the business, optimizing cost, increasing customer satisfaction, hopefully, and reduce risks. So our future initiatives with these funds, we want to meet our cybersecurity requirements. We want to understand the departments and offices so we can help them. We want to free the data and validate the data so business units can make data-informed decisions. We want to find the right tools for the job and equip employees with this, ensuring it's scalable and supportable and secure. We want to create processes, standards, and policies that align with the business goals. And eventually, we want to modernize and transform IT to support the changing needs. Moving on to 661. So this is IT's reserve fund, which is funded by ISF charges. And so those ISF charges are increasing by 317%. I'll dive into this a little bit, but we are investing in meeting security requirements and regulations and addressing the technical debt that's accumulated over the years. We're also working to rebuild this reserve fund in order to stabilize ISF charges so that we don't have huge fluctuations year over year. Essentially, we're truing up this year with the idea of having steady incremental changes moving forward. Yeah, so deferred maintenance, resource constraints, but maintaining our infrastructure and services may not have had the attention put to them over the years. Backlog. Yeah, exactly. All right, so our requirements. So Microsoft licensing, we're looking at elevating it to a higher level to meet several challenges around licensing and regulations. This new licensing level offers Deschutes County Microsoft licensing compliance, enhanced security, more productivity tools and tracking, and a greater ability to meet regulatory compliance. So this move enables the county to leverage federally developed cybersecurity resources directly, thereby offsetting a portion of future operating cost escalations in the cybersecurity initiative. It provides a consolidated platform for cybersecurity threat analytics and response in alignment with our cybersecurity program. And this consolidation allows us to utilize one platform, streamlining our support integrations and training for efficiency. So this level of licensing meets most of our requirements, but acknowledging that there is another tier of licensing that is the ideal level, but we are balancing the cost and risk. So 661 short-term fiscal issues, touched on it a little bit, but mentioned the cost to move to the Microsoft licensing level, our increased cybersecurity requirements, and are addressing our technical debt. Long-term is addressing our technical debt, something that we'll continue to work on over the next 5 to 10 years. All right, moving over to 305. This is specific to our GIS functions, our spatial data, which is essentially mapping. It encompasses 2 employees that provide traditional paper maps, plans and printing, mapping applications, dashboards and storyboards, data analysis and management. The resources needed, revenue is from the resources that we're getting. Revenue is from clerk and survey fees. And we've been relying on reserves to sustain this budget as of the late, probably couple years. The last fiscal year, we moved 30% of one of our FTE out of this budget to help that. And our beginning working capital is decreasing due to unsustainable funding mechanisms. So requirements, personnel costs of $315K, and the rest of this budget is ISF payments that we're making for $49K and M&S.
will this, the revenue pop right back if there's a bunch of activity and recording fees?
Correct. Yep.
So, I mean, it's kind of directly related to that.
It is, and it already has started to level out from last year. So it's looking better.
Because it'll happen at some point when it's just time, because
Yep.
people are, the pressure's building, it looks like. Yeah.
Exactly. All right, short-term fiscal issues. So aerial imagery is required for mapping applications across the county, including Dial. The funding for the acquisition of this imagery is not currently included in this fund. So the cost control strategy is to partner with the state of Oregon during their imagery acquisition cycle. And these cycles are not on an annual basis, making it difficult for us to plan for consistency around imagery. And of course, revenue has decreased over the last 2 fiscal years, so we're unable to sustain it, and we're relying on reserves. And that makes us unable to plan long-term. Challenges, talked about funding instability, significant ebbs and flows in this fund. There is a desire to have a consistent and reliable imagery program that serves the county. But the hope, I think, is hoping to reevaluate this fund to hopefully simplify it and maybe consolidate it into the other 2 funds. We'll work on that. And then moving on to special requests. You don't have this in your packet, and I apologize. But we have 3 special requests. The first one is an Office 365 administrator, and this position would be funded through ISF charges. So we're investing in the Microsoft platform and continue to leverage it for a significant number of operational needs. And it's become evident that we require dedicated expertise to manage and optimize this resource effectively. So this position would design, deploy, manage, and serve as the primary expert for the Microsoft 365 environment, implement security policies and compliance needs, and assist with training and adoption of solutions. So the cost for this is $153,000, including salary and benefits.
And just to jump in here real quick, Tanya,
Mhm.
you guys do have all the IT special requests on page 25, 26, and 27 of your special request material. And these are all included in the proposed budget.
Great, thank you. Our number 2 priority is an endpoint system administrator, and this position would be funded again through ISFs. And as the county, we rely heavily on desktop, laptops, and mobile devices for day-to-day operations. And it's become evident that we require dedicated expertise to manage and secure these endpoints. This position would maintain, configure, and manage the endpoint infrastructure services, serve as the primary support for endpoint management, implement security policies and compliance needs across all endpoints, create consistency across our endpoints, and provide opportunities for operating system diversity, such as Mac devices. The cost for this one is $141,000, including salary and benefits. And the last special request is updating Deschutes.org website. So this is in response to current limitations. Many departments are using third-party tools and requesting to outsource web projects. And this information came from a comprehensive IT listening tour that we did last year. And it was one of the almost every single department mentioned this. There was limitations with the website. So in response, we're proposing a website update focused on enhancing functionality and improving the user experience for both internal staff and external users. The estimated cost is $60,000, and then there's an ongoing cost of approximately $16,000 per year. And that's it for special requests. Any questions?
You made 2 comments on that. So one, you talked about moving to a .gov, and that's part of the overall website.
It can be separate. So moving, yep.
Your integration. If you do it once, then you only have to move everything once.
Yeah, I think we can do it at different timings. Yeah, so the .org to .gov would put us in compliance with grants specifically. And that would be our whole infrastructure on the back end. So Active Directory, all of our email accounts, everything would move over to .gov. Our website could go, I think, even before or after. It doesn't have to be tied, but the actual look and feel, I think, and the use of it is what people were struggling with. And so if we do move to a new one, we could move over with our .org right now and then migrate over to .gov at a later date. Does that sound fine? Yeah. Yeah.
And primarily you're doing, I mean, obviously you're changing look and feel in some of the organization, but that also allows you to get more advanced or better search tools.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. That's the general consensus.
And then just in terms of cybersecurity, what portion of the cybersecurity are you looking at in terms of defense strategy versus human factors training? I mean, what's your mix?
So that falls into the line with our framework as far as prevention goes. And at the end of the day, some of that's going to be determined on the risk appetite from administration and counties as far as how much money we have to address concerns right now, and what's the biggest kind of bang for our buck, if you will. What are we going to get the most return on in our investment? And personally, I feel like they're both very important. Addressing technical debt, things that we need to address currently to better ourselves in our infrastructure, harden our environment, and also train our users, because that's our largest threat vector with the number of staff we have currently.
And typically your bigger legacy systems are the ones that are probably having this whole. Just because of one time market, but also age, quality of updates, all the rest of these things.
Typically, yes.
Yeah.
So I was curious, and then you said there's an additional tier of licensing that you think would be, what would you get out of that?
So we're proposing G3 with a additional security component of it, but G5 is the top tier that Microsoft offers, and it would allow for automation of some of our security practices. So right now we'd have to lean a little bit on written policy with the proposal of that G3 licensing. So it would allow automation and other features too, but.
Additional questions for information technology?
About that big HR question. I should have asked this while HR was here, but I mean, we have a need essentially to have employees become way more productive, because adding more employees is really fiscally challenging for us in the coming years.
Yeah.
And we have examples of this, in the history of the county. Sister's office told me about how when they went to tablets out in the field, and then they didn't have to enter data when they got back. It increased their labor productivity dramatically. Does IT help to drive that for departments, or do they come to you with like, well, we heard about other other departments in other counties doing this thing? Can you help us with that?
I think currently we're in a reactive mode. So we're probably not the ones going out and innovating by any means. Would I like to get there? Yes, I would like to get there. So where I say we're in that reactive and really looking at our technical debt and trying to catch up. But I do think what that comes down to is data. And I think that's really where I talk about is like, let's get the data and let's provide it to people so that we can help them make those sort of business decisions. We just don't have the staffing currently to be able to do that. But I think that those data folks could really dig into those areas and be able to say, oh, yes, here's your options. Here's where I think you can go. Whether that's technology, not tech, whatever it is, we can help with that. But I don't think we're considered that business partner right now. Anybody else on my team think or have any thoughts on that?
I might chime in from the peanut gallery, even though I'm
Yes.
not on your team and not up front. I do think in the past year, we've seen some projects driven by central IT that really are benefiting business operations across the organization. E-signature is one that comes to mind for me in terms of pursuing that enterprise license and then working with departments to deploy it. Smartsheet is another. That pilot, I think, really has the opportunity to harness some efficiency for multiple departments, and then for those departments to be able to learn from each other with those successes. So I think we're seeing growth in that area driven by your team. So thank you.
Thanks for pointing those out.
And maybe I'm putting words in your mouth. You don't see yourself as or you don't believe that you're seen as a business partner to the organizations yet.
Yet. The hope is that we can get there. I honestly think that our resources, have been constrained where departments have gone out and had to figure out things on their own on the IT side. So.
We're entering this exciting but also terrifying AI world, right?
Yes. Yep.
Well, yeah, AI could do that.
AI can do, yep. Oh, yes. Yep. As we're working on an AI policy right now. So yeah, it is a whole new big world. And we'd love to be able to help the departments through some of that, especially when we start looking at software selection that has AI built into it. How is it secure? Are we governing the data? How do we govern the data and protect our assets? So.
And I just want to let you know that the fact that I got an email from Dan earlier this week or over the weekend that said that you were about to give me yet another Outlook email. I won't hold that against you as
Not my decision. I just do what they ask me to do.
My other government agency moved from Google to from an all Google to a Microsoft 365. I complained for 3 months, so
Oh.
at least have to listen to that.
Okay. Well, you can complain. I'm okay with it.
No, you just won't hear it. I'll be complaining.
Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah.
they have good reason.
Yeah.
Legal always has good reasons, and I always follow legal advice.
Yep.
Keep me out of jail.
Yep. We're just asking that if you're doing county business, you're doing it on county resources.
Understand? Great. Any additional questions? Great. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Great to see everybody. Thank
Yep. Thank you.
Still a little ahead of schedule. So, do we have property management?
You don't.
Okay.
Straightforward.
They're close.
There's just like some initial flavor.
That's the hibiscus.
I hate that.
I hate it.
Thank you.
I like initial drink.
It's like there's perfume in it or something.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah,
And I like the,
yeah, this is a lot. Flowers.
I know, that's why you drink the fruit drink.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I didn't think that cookie was.
I think the only strategy is to drink it quickly, so it kind of,
You are smart.
you don't have-
Sorry, yeah, I was
There
leaning
you
back.
go.
I should have got the lemon.
You've been told.
Yeah, no, it was not worth one
Repeatedly.
calorie. Isn't that terrible? When you have something that's like,
Thanks.
if there's things that are really worth it, and that wasn't it. Right. Poor thing. Okay, where's this at?
Isn't it too?
All right, so we are on to Deschutes County Property Management. I'll turn it over to Christine to introduce the topic and lead us forward.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, Christy Bollinger, Deschutes County Property Management. We also have Ryan. I'll have him introduce himself.
Ryan Dunning, Property Analyst, Property Management Department.
Keyboard. All right. And so property management is a division of administration, and we currently have 3 staff. So Ryan and myself, as well as Emily Pyle, who joined the team back in October. Ryan joined us about a year ago and has been with the county for about 5 years. So property management manages for the county about 630 properties. That's a combination of asset, foreclosed, and park designated properties. In addition to that, we have about 40 leases and licenses where the county acts as a landlord, and in some cases where the county is also a tenant. Property management oversees and facilitates, of course, with collaboration with the board and administration, acquisitions, dispositions of property. If there's easements needed related to county-owned property, that's facilitated through our office, as well as like property line adjustments and any type of real estate transactions or encumbrances. So our accomplishments over the last year, we facilitated the conveyance of 7.12 acres to Housing Works and Rooted Homes, known as the Simpson property. And this is all in support of affordable housing. We facilitated the transaction for 5.20 acre conveyance to Habitat for Humanity in Lapine Sun River located in the Newberry neighborhood, and that will supply about 34 units of affordable housing. The Drafter Road transaction there, the 3.27 acres, I should have included in process there. That will be conveyance the buyer, which is Foundation for Affordable Housing. They're still under contract and doing their due diligence. That will also be for affordable housing in Lapine.
It's actually going to include 10 units for veterans. I heard from Tommy the other day.
Oh,
So
good.
I don't know if that was on the original, but he said they do have their funding.
Okay. Yeah, original was senior housing and then
Right.
larger for families. So that's great.
Veterans. So I thought that
Thank
was
you for
wonderful.
sharing that. Let's see, we also did a transaction in Lapine Industrial with Mark Highland, which is for warehousing for Napa Auto Parts, and then also 2.59 or 95 acre transaction in process with Pudding River Properties. And they are a metrology service company that's going to be moving here from Wilsonville. And then we're really close to the finish line at finishing the conveyance for the 39.31 acres to the city of Redmond for the North Point Vista. We actually just finished the documents on that today, getting those routed through county council, and then we'll schedule closing with the city and the title company. And then right now we have 67 Greenwood. It's in process for being sold. And if that goes through, we anticipate closing sometime in August, and that's for $810,000. So let's see. In addition, we completed a couple memorandum of understanding amendments with Ben Harrow's Foundation, which ultimately allowed for the additional 7 additional shelter units at Veterans Village. And we also completed, Emily and Ryan diligently went through all of our leases and just made sure kind of to dot the i's and cross the t's and streamline processes and procedures where that was possible. So property management, I mentioned earlier, is a division of administration. And so this just shows our resources for the year. So we're a general fund program. We do some transfers from other funds, and I'll talk about that, I think, in a moment. So our requirements definitely did increase, and 10% of that increase is due to ISFs. And we did have a 6% increase to personnel costs. Some of that obviously would be COLA. And then we also had a overlap and a staff member that retired and new hire. So that kind of helps identify those increases. So basically going back to property management, I mentioned, is funded by the general fund. So historically what we do is we have another fund, 090 Project Development Debt Service. So we typically do a transfer from there over into the general fund to help cover the administrative side of property management. And we typically also do a transfer from foreclosure tax foreclosed property sales, like through our auction process. And that particular process is currently on hold, as many of you know, because of the Supreme Court ruling that happened last May around how proceeds are handled with foreclosed properties. There was House Bill 4056 that went through legislation on the short session. And so basically Deschutes County and many counties have their auctions on hold until we can sort of flesh out what the changes are going to be to Oregon revised statute. And so that then we can pick up and start having auctions again. But we're probably on hold for that, at least for the next year, if not longer. So that transfer won't be coming from tax foreclosed sale proceeds at this point. So this next slide is just a snapshot of I mentioned our project development fund. This is another fund that property management oversees. And this fund is where like our lease income comes in, some debt service comes out of this fund. When we have expenses related to asset properties, the county owns a number of asset properties. And so if we have expenses like for cleanup and things like that, that would typically come out of this fund. You'll notice that there's a large increase for the total requirements, and that's because we've budgeted with or direction, we budgeted funding going into 2020 fiscal year 2025 for the continuation of supportive services at Juniper Ridge. And then in addition, we also budgeted here in this fund for expenses related to cleaning up and basically removing encampments from the 137.27 acres in East Redmond, which is for the pending DSL land exchange. So that's why that number is substantially more than prior year.
So it's a growth of about $465,000. So that's entirely oriented to that land exchange?
It's partially for that, and it's also for Juniper Ridge Supportive Services.
What's that? Is that costing us like 14,000 a month or something, the Juniper Ridge?
Right now we're at 175,000 for this fiscal year, and that's
Year to date.
representative of about 10, 11 months. So whatever that math equals.
I asked to put back the Compass security there twice a day instead of once a day. So I know there was a cost up with that, but
Yeah, and actually I should have contacted you outside of here, but we were continuing to do twice a day, but originally it was 2 hours per patrol. So it was 4 hours total. So we had backed that down to 1 hour per patrol, but it was always continued to be 2 hours or for 2 patrols. So
great. So we're,
yeah,
thank you.
yeah, you bet. Let's see. I wanted to also point out on here, we did put in our budget, in 090, let's see here. It was 100 and I got the wrong fund here. 1 second. $110,000 for fire fuel mitigation. So way that breaks down is we are asking for $30,000 to do fire fuel mitigation at Juniper Ridge, 30,000 to do fire fuel mitigation on the 45 acres south of the DSL property in East Redmond, and then another 30,000 to do fire fuel mitigations either on county-owned property at McGrath Road or Fry Rear Road up near Sisters. And then another 20,000 to do fire fuel mitigation in Lapine Industrial. So historically, the county's solely depended on grants to do fire fuel mitigation on county-owned property. And we've just, there's so much of a need out there. We're asking to do, to be, I guess, a little more proactive on our fire fuel mitigation and not necessarily depending fully on grants. So that's a little bit out of the ordinary.
So this is actually what I was asking in the risk management section. So thank you for that answer.
Well, can you repeat that? North Juniper Ridge, East Redmond.
North Juniper Ridge, East Redmond, McGrath or Fry Rear, and we'll work with our forester, Kevin Moriarty, to make that determination. We've talked with him some, but just depending on how much we get through funding on, as you know, it's going to depend on what we can do. And then also 20,000 for Lapine Industrial. And I did speak with Jeff Wolschlager at the city of Lapine, and they're willing to help cost share in some of that mitigation for Lapine Industrial. So, any questions so far? Any other questions? Okay, so it's not on our slides. Let's see, actually, I'm going to come back to this other fund. I'm going to keep going through here. So our short-term fiscal issues, encampments, of course, increasing on county-owned property, and the costs associated with that as we've experienced with Juniper Ridge. Let's see, just increased costs for goods and services, and then also the impacts resulting from House Bill 4056. We're working really closely with our finance department, county council, and then there's a number of counties participating with the Department of Revenue to sort of, like I mentioned earlier, sort of flesh out what these impacts are to how we manage foreclosure proceeds. So we're working through that. It's just going to take some time. And then long-term fiscal issues, again, the impacts from encampments.
I mean, again, it's not quite $500,000, but that's a pretty hefty tax in terms of having to just that you transition it. I mean, that's money we need back in general fund and
debt services, other things. I mean, there's a policy that needs to be put in place, and this isn't a policy body, but it would be very useful to have, from a budget standpoint, to understand how we can at least reclaim some of that long term.
Thank you. Yeah. Understand. So current challenges and future initiatives. So increased workload and demands on property management, which often includes complex project management and competing priorities. You know, every time our phone rings, and as many departments experience this, you never know if it's going to be a 5-minute call or an 8-hour research project. So it all just depends. Continuing to train new staff. Ryan's been with the county, like I mentioned, for 5 years, but he's new to property management and real estate and in this realm anyway. And then Emily had a fantastic background in title work, but just bringing her on board in public sector and whatnot. So just continuing to train and work through that. Mentioned earlier, encampments continuing to increase on county property and the outcome of House Bill. Let's see. 4056. So future initiatives, we've talked for the last couple of years about implementing a real estate portfolio management system. So Ryan's been working with our partners in IT to help sort of flesh that out and what would that look like. We're pretty unique in what we need. We have unimproved land, and so that's sort of one aspect. And then we're a tenant and we're also a landlord. So finding a one stop shop in terms of a software is likely not doable. We've talked to the state, we've talked to many counties, we've talked to organizations outside of Oregon, and we haven't found anything that would really fit us well. So we're looking at options to potentially do something that's that would be more customized to what we need, but we're still kind of early in that process. Explore the opportunity and feasibility to implement a real estate asset management plan. So before we do that, I think implementing a real estate portfolio management system would be key. And these are things that we really want to do so that we can help our board make better informed decisions as we move through and make determinations on properties that we can disposition and whatnot. And then again, I mentioned earlier, the ongoing participation with the Department of Revenue and Association of Oregon Counties, as well as our partner counties, to develop new processes and procedures as a result of House Bill 4056. So before, one other thing I just wanted to go over real quickly was just Fund 140. That's the foreclosure land sale fund, I believe it's titled. If you want to turn to that, feel free. It's in your book on page 86. So again, because foreclosure sales and auctions are on pause right now, the way it typically works is by state statute, we're able to make ourselves whole in terms of management and supervision of tax foreclosed properties. So if we spend $100,000 throughout the year to maintain properties that, you know, whether somebody dumps on them or they have landscape issues or whatever the case may be, before our proceeds are distributed back to the taxing districts at the end of the fiscal year as in accordance with ORS, with Oregon Revised Statute, we typically can make ourselves whole. Because there's no proceeds, then we're sort of in a predicament a little bit. So I don't know if Robert and Dan, if you guys have anything else you'd like to add to that. Sorry to put you on the spot there.
Don't say everything at once.
Right. Until there's more like legislative information there, we're just eating into the beginning working capital and that fund 140 to cover those costs at this point in time. And there's still some remaining for this next fiscal year and probably a fiscal year after that. So just a waiting word.
I was just going to add also that property management is working in collaboration with county council, with finance, the treasurer, assessor's office. We're working this together as a work group. And I mentioned earlier that we're attending those state meetings. So we're making sure we're at the table, we have a voice at the table, and we're all connecting internally to make sure we're bringing forth Deschutes County's best interest as well during that process.
And as mentioned, property management did include some new fees, fines and fees this year. Because of the legislation, there's no funds to back those fees up at the moment, but they are there for whenever that kicks in.
fines on illegal camping? Is that what you're alluding to, or?
No, foreclosed, it's like it's a fee for a management fee for the foreclosed properties and the auction of foreclosed properties.
It's kind of a two fee structure. So one it would be like a property management fee. So if we sell it, so we came up with a dollar amount. I can't remember what it is, where it'd be per property per month. It's like $350 a year per property, but we wouldn't gain that funding until we sold the property. And then the other part of it would be taking a property through to auction is costly and it spends a lot of staff time. So we also came up with like a 12% fee based on the sales price on top of that management fee. So that's something we're just trying out for this year, and we may come back and try to do something different next year. We'll just have to see how that flushes out.
So I have a question. So on your department overview, it said your inventory consists of approximately 630 properties. I don't see anywhere in the budget, and this might be a question for you. I'm not really sure. Evaluation, where does that show up? Valuation of these properties that exist? Because you listed some of them, but I don't see anywhere that there is a valuation on those.
So we don't actively seek appraisals, and currently our assessor's office does not put a real market value or assessed value on county-owned property. So we don't really have that number to back into at this point.
It doesn't exist in the budget. We just know that there's 630 properties.
I'll just add, the budget usually is focused on revenues and expenditures, and our financial reporting at the end of the year, the annual financial report, that's where it reports the asset. So if it's a property that the county owns, then it is put on our books as an asset. It'll show up in the financial statements. If it's one we're just holding, that's not an asset of the county, but we intend to sell it when it be included in the asset list.
Okay, great, thank you.
Well, there's also a lot of properties that the value is really ambiguous. And you have these little slivers in a lot of places that are, too small to do anything on, but we still own it. And then there's a whole bunch of really shallow groundwater properties in South County that it'd be hard to assign a value to it because, that you're not really allowed to do anything with it, with current wastewater infrastructure in South County. So
That's a really good point, Commissioner Chang. Like a lot of properties we do get through tax foreclosure process are undesirable. So a lot of times, maybe they don't have legal access or just other issues, high groundwater, slivers like you described. So people often just let them go back to the county.
Then again, we
So
did.
you might spend a lot of money getting a valuation on it when that information is not even useful right now.
And so it's just like the property, the 300 acres we donated for core. It ended up part of that wasn't in the right zoning. So now that appraisal is being relooked at. But according to Eric's schedule, he has property, actual buildings, I believe it were valued at 231 million. So we do have those valued. It's just Christie's 630. We could ask Ryan to do that tomorrow.
3-hour project right
It was
there.
just-
There you go. There's a new one.
Jumped out at me. I was just curious.
That's a great question.
It'll be nice to know.
Any
It-
further
Well,
questions?
it's a really good point. It's a really good question. And a couple of years ago, as Christy, you may still be working on it when the state required counties to inventory all publicly owned lands that were maybe zoned residential or something of that nature. To surplus. Oh, yeah. And the whole question was, so what's surplus? Well, but it was, the intent was good, was to identify potential properties for housing to help meet the state's housing need. But the state's definition of surplus might not be our definition of surplus or the board's definition of surplus. So they're continuously evaluating properties for all kinds of values and issues and circumstances. And so I think that the real estate portfolio eventually will be extremely helpful, both just to have an easy place to gather and analyze and understand the information, and then the asset management plan. If we get there, as we've had a resident that's asked for that for a long time, and we've always thought it's a great idea. It's just having the resources and the capacity and the time to make that happen. Yeah.
Great. Any additional questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the end of the agenda for the afternoon.
I did want to bring up one quick topic, and it was actually brought up by Nick, and so I'm just in the sense of the room here. Nick's observation was that for the most part, there's people presenting and staring straight out at most of the staff while we in the budget committee hide to the side of the room. Actually kind of like the space that I have and where I'm going, but if there is interest in the budget committee and not around, we can do that for the last 2 days.
Maybe.
Don't change it.
Don't change a thing.
And I know
Whoever changed.
Commissioner Adair likes to view out the window.
I don't ever get to see out the window in my office. So it's really kind of like,
That's why I'm sitting sideways once in a while. There.
I'm waiting for the deer to meander by or something.
Rock chucks coming out of the side of the
Yeah,
hill.
something's gotta be out there.
Right. You have more space.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cloudy today.
Is there any other business or other questions we would want to cover today before we adjourn? Not, we start off tomorrow with a 911 meeting and then have a variety of internal services. We will reconvene at 9 a.m. sharp, as you've seen, and we'll go from there. All right, otherwise we'll adjourn for the day.
It's just one more.